Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, that was a complete beatdown of the Dallas Cowboys, which is hilarious within itself. But the Eagles clinched the NFC East with that win yesterday. Obviously, things didn't go their way in the Minnesota game, so it is the 2 seed. It's always been the 2 seed. It will continue to be the 2 seed, and that's not a bad thing. That also leads to us talking about Week 18 and whether or not people should play. We'll get into it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas. The Eagles are champions of the NFC East. Yesterday, they beat the hated Dallas Cowboys in South Philly to earn their 13th division title. Now they take on the New York Giants in the last regular season game before they head to the playoffs. Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside Connor Thomas, who is in for John Kincade today. Connor, good morning.
Great morning. Not good morning, excellent morning. NFC East Division Champion morning, 2 seed morning.
Well, yeah, 2 seed morning. I care about that more than the NFC Championship at this point. NFC East at this point.
Come on. Winning the division. See, that's the thing.
No, I'm celebrating it, but bigger picture. The whole team says it, so why can't I say it?
Okay, well, the whole team has to go back to practice. We get a week. We get 2 weeks to go ahead and celebrate this, winning the division.
Yeah, but you're acting like I didn't celebrate that 4 weeks ago when I already knew that this was going to happen.
Yeah, I understand.
I remember I got crap for it. Oh, you guys are talking too early about how they got the 2 seed. Yeah, they got the 2 seed. They've had the 2 seed. The only thing that sucks is that they don't get the 1 seed, but it worked out exactly the way I wanted it to.
Yes.
I now know that they don't have a chance for the 1 seed. That means nobody should be playing in Week 18. We'll get to that. But let's start off with the game itself, because that was a lot of fun yesterday. I don't want to start getting into heated debates 2 minutes into the show. The Eagles win yesterday 41-7. And yes, as Connor mentions it, they win the NFC East yesterday. Celebratory day. They got to wear the caps. They got to wear the T-shirts. But let's face it, we've been thinking NFC East for a long time. We've been thinking NFC East since before the season started. That was not the goal. The goal was getting back to an NFC championship game. And yesterday kind of puts you in a great spot for that, because you're going to have home field advantage up until the NFC Championship game. If not here, depending on what happens between Detroit and Minnesota right now, as we wake up this morning, Minnesota is actually technically the 1 seed. Detroit plays tonight. If Detroit wins today and then they beat the Vikings, they have the 1 seed. But it looks like the field would go through Philadelphia up until the NFC Championship game. Maybe the NFC Championship game is in Philadelphia, but 41-7 is the final score. The Eagles beat down the Dallas Cowboys. Like, it wasn't even close. Cooper Rush and the Cowboys have a decent drive going early on in the game, and then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson intercepts his pass and takes it back 69 yards for a touchdown. The Cowboys were able to score a touchdown in the first quarter, and then that was it. I mean, the Eagles' defense, I know that we're going to talk about Saquon Barkley all day today, as we should for numerous reasons. But the Eagles' defense yesterday was just dumb. And I use dumb in a loving way. Like, it was ridiculous how good they were. 4 more turnovers they forced yesterday, following a performance where they forced 5 turnovers the week before, 9 total turnovers. And look at what happens when your offense then capitalizes on the turnovers. Last week, they had 5 turnovers. The Eagles' offense didn't necessarily capitalize. That's why the Commanders were still in the game. That's why the Commanders won the game. The Eagles' offense capitalized on the turnovers this week. That's why it's 41-7. Right? That's why it's not even a contest. That's why in the fourth quarter you can have everybody sitting. So it was a dominant performance yesterday, and that first and foremost should be celebrated.
Absolutely. Now, I'm not going to tell anybody not to go wild today. Like, this is as much as you should have celebrated all year what the Philadelphia Eagles accomplished yesterday. And there's more to celebrate, like you bring up. It was Cooper Rush and nobody to throw to, and Rico Dowdle, and a team that flat out stinks. And I'm not taking stuff away from, like, the Eagles' defense overall. We needed to see that performance after the game against Washington, because some people got nervous. And that was we're still nasty on the defensive side of the ball type of game. Now, there's tougher competition that you're going to face in the postseason, obviously. The Eagles have shown on the defensive side of the ball they're up for that task when they play tougher competition. So yesterday, amazing effort by them against a pretty bad offensive unit. But we
I don't
know
care.
we know they can do that against great teams too.
I saw Cooper Rush playing better the last couple of weeks. That's what I kept on being told. I was told not to be too chesty. Our own John Kincade was saying this is very reminiscent of the Saints game a couple years ago. Nah, man, I knew that defense was going to bounce back yesterday, and they made easy work of the Cowboys. And then, of course, on the offense, Kenny Pickett, good job. See what happens when you have a full week of preparation. The Kenny Pickett hatred that he received last week, totally unwarranted. The guy comes into a game cold in the first quarter, throws a touchdown pass, throws an interception, just like most backup quarterbacks would do. He put you in a position to win. If Devontae Smith doesn't drop the catch, the Eagles are still fighting for the 1 seed. He drops the catch, they end up losing the football game. He had a full week of preparation as the starting quarterback. It was a little shaky at the beginning, and then he settled in. Probably nerves, right? He had family coming into town. He was going up against the Cowboys. Everybody talked about it. The hometown kid that could win the division. Once he settled in, he was good. And then he got hit by Micah Parsons. And then Tanner McKee comes out there. And at that point, they're up so big, they just have to run the football. But how about McKee? 3 of 4 with 2 touchdown passes. The first quarterback in NFL history to have thrown 2 touchdown passes with less than 5 pass attempts.
Yeah, that's pretty good. The quarterback factory is alive and well. There was a little bit of downtime in the industry of the quarterback factory. I had to lay off some of the line workers.
Yes.
But now everybody's back. We are back and rolling, producing at the quarterback factory. Now listen, it's nice to see for Tanner McKee. I'm happy for him. It's nice to see for Kenny Pickett. I'm happy for him. Hope the ribs are all right when everything's all said and done, because we got to figure out who's taking snaps Sunday, because it won't be Jalen Hurts. But bottom line, you still have an elite-level quarterback that's coming back in Jalen Hurts. It's going to be ready to play for the postseason. So we're not going to do any who should it be. We're not going to do any who should the backup be. The depth chart is what it is. It's just really nice to see, and that's credit to one man. Kellen Moore did an incredible job of putting together an offensive game plan yesterday to put those guys in position to be successful. That was the best coached offensive coordinator game of the year.
That was the... Okay.
Yes. Dude, you put up 40 with your backup and third string quarterback. This isn't, hey, Jalen, hey, let's run some read options and stuff like that. Kellen Moore, don't let it be lost. He had to do an incredible job coaching against one of his old teams to put together a game plan that could allow them to have that type of success on offense.
It was a good game plan. The best of the season?
Absolutely. To do that with Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee is incredibly impressive.
You just tell me about how the Cowboys offense stinks.
Yes, and I'm talking now about the Cowboys defense.
Cowboys defense also.
They have Micah Parsons. They have Deron Bland. They have some solid players out there.
Bland's overrated. Come
Had
on
a pick.
now. Yeah, he stinks. That whole team
All
stinks.
right.
That whole team stinks. But the Eagles win big, and look, and now we get to celebrate a 41-7 victory over the Dallas Cowboys, the most irrelevant rivalry in all of sports right now. This most overhyped rivalry, and I say that because it's true. Because the Dallas Cowboys stink. And so there's no relevance to the rivalry. It was just more fun for us yesterday to watch them beat up on the Cowboys. But I know Fox tries to they love it when the two teams are good, right? They need, because they set it up. It's usually both America game of the week. One's a Sunday night game, the other one's the America's game of the week. And originally it got flexed to the 1 o'clock game. But because the Cowboys stink so much, it was not worth it. So they moved it up to 1 o'clock, which we enjoyed because we like to get the days done a little bit earlier, Connor.
Absolutely. That was nice.
So good win for the Eagles. So now let's get into what will end up being a debate all show today, I'm sure all week long, especially when Nick Sirianni speaks more as the week goes on, when other players speak more as the week go on, and when, reporters are starting to get little juicy details coming into the locker room. So Saquon Barkley, again, first and foremost, congratulations to Saquon Barkley on an incredible feat. Let's just say right away, 2,000 yards is 2,000 yards. I don't care if you finish with 2,000 even, or if you are going for Eric Dickerson's record. 2,000 yards is 2,000 yards, and he surpassed that yesterday in that game against the Cowboys. 31 carries on the day for 167 yards. That's 5.5 yards per carry for a guy that has done even more than anyone could have expected when the Eagles signed him during this offseason. And so he's ridiculous yesterday, right? Starts off a little slow. I think at one point he was like 18 carries for 60 yards, which is still a normal day for a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And then he goes, hold on, let me be really, really good over my next 13 carries. I'm going to finish with over 100 yards more. He has 167 on the day. He surpasses 2,000 yards. And now he's a $100. He's 2 yards away, 103 yards away from Eric Dickerson's record. Here's the deal, guys. And we're going to do this all day. And I have prepared statements ready because I was attacked on social media yesterday, and I understand why. People were fired up and in their feels, and it was a celebratory day. There's no way he should play on Sunday. None. There's no way that a lot of guys should play on Sunday. When the Vikings win yesterday against the Green Bay Packers, it locks the Eagles in as the 2 seed. There's no moving up. There's no moving down. And now with Saquon Barkley past 2,000 yards, which is amazing, but still 100 yards away from Eric Dickerson's record, and I don't care how bad the Giants' rush defense is, he's not going to do it in the first quarter. He's not. It would take into the second quarter or into the third quarter. And at what point are you really willing to risk something bad happening for a record? And I understand the record is really cool, and it's cool for Saquon. It's cool for every member of that offensive line. That's not being diminished. I'm not saying it isn't cool. I think it's freaking awesome. But when it comes to the big picture, what does it really matter? It matters nothing. The Super Bowl is what matters.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you there. And the toughest thing about this, right, if it was 40 yards, go get it. The problem is you just don't know where the drop dead point is. And if you put him on the field at all, then you get roped into he has this many yards. He's this close. Do we try one more time? Karmically, it doesn't feel like the right move, right? You talk about logic, and logic is against playing Saquon Barkley, or really any starters in Week 18.
Right.
But you're playing a team that is very, very eliminated in the New York Giants, a team that feels a certain way about what they've seen Saquon do. And I'm not saying anything like, the Giants would intentionally try and hurt Saquon. But there are players out there that are playing for nothing on the other side of the ball. And I do not like that spot for any of the starters. I do not like that spot for Saquon Barkley. And we are still going to remember in 50 years the 2,000-yard season that Saquon Barkley put together. And we are not going to remember, he isn't the all-time rushing leader, so that season wasn't really as good as we remember. No, this is the greatest running back season in Eagles history by a wide, wide margin, and it will remain that even if he sits next week, so he sits.
Yeah, and so we'll have I'll have a little prepared statement because I was going at it with people yesterday, but just one more note. And again, I understand where people are coming from. They'd love to see history. Saquon Barkley this year, it has been talked about on this show for 16 weeks now, 17 weeks now, that his second half numbers are ridiculous, right? We are amazed by how this guy gets faster and stronger as the game goes on. His first half numbers are still amazing, but he's averaging 47.5 yards in the first half this year. He's over 100 away. So that means I'm just going off of math, would have to do it in the second half. And do you want him to have to play into a third quarter? All the people that keep on saying to me, well, just give him a half, give him a half, give him a half. What happens if he's 30 yards away? So now you have to have him go out in there in the third quarter. And is it necessarily worth it? We'll talk about it today, but let's let the man himself speak. Here's Saquon Barkley after the game yesterday. He was asked, hey, are you going to play in Week 18 and try to go for the record? And here's response.
It's up to Nick, to be honest. Whatever his decision is, I'm all for it. If, his mindset is, we'll go out there and try it, and I'll go out there and try it. But his mindset is, let's rest and get ready for, this run, then I'm all for that too. I'm not just saying that because a camera's in my face or a mic's in my face. I really mean that. I came here to do something special, and obviously breaking a record special, but I want a banner up there, and I think we all do. But we gave ourselves a chance with that, and clinched the playoffs before, and now with the division, and like I said, now it's up to Nick and see what his mindset is.
First off, this guy's the best because not only is he an amazing player, but you hear how the way he speaks at a podium. He's a great teammate. He's a great leader of this football team, and he doesn't hide from it. Like, he would like to go after it, but he also understands that that's not the big picture. He understands that the big picture is as he said in that quote, in that clip, to hang a banner. And so if Nick Sirianni uses literally past experience, and we'll get into that coming up around 6:30, it would be smart to sit everybody because that is the bigger picture, the Super Bowl, not an individual rushing record. Once again, I'm not trying to diminish what Saquon Barkley has accomplished this year. He's the 9th guy in NFL history to rush for over 2,000 yards. But I want to win a Super Bowl. I believe 53 guys on that roster want to win a Super Bowl. I'm sure 53 guys would like to see Saquon Barkley break a record. But come on, let's face it. They're here to win a Super Bowl. That's what they're all about.
Yeah, and that's what Saquon is about, and that's what he's told you all year long when talks about this come up. Listen, I love you, Saquon Barkley. He has been absolutely perfect since he's come here. He said the right thing every single time. He's been a great leader. He's made the right decisions when it came to, hey, do you want to go get your career high rushing earlier when they played the Giants the first time this year? And he says, nah, let the young guys eat. Like, he's done everything perfectly for this team. And as much as he deserves to have a chance to go get the record just from an individual perspective, this ain't an individual sport. This is a team sport. He wants to win. And guess what? He had great accomplishments with the New York Giants. He had great seasons with the New York Giants. But he never, ever came close to winning anything. So he came here to win. And that's what the Eagles give him the opportunity to do if they sit him in Week 18.
So you heard him say it's up to Nick. We'll play a couple clips for you. Here's Nick Sirianni being asked about whether or not the players will play against the Giants.
There's a lot that goes into it. We'll watch some games tonight, see how things are going, and then we'll do what we need to do. Always got to do what's right for the football team to reach our goals of what we need to do. And like I said, I got a lot to think about, and I'm gonna enjoy this, and then I'll think about it tonight at some point.
Now, obviously, when he said we need to see how some games go tonight, that game is what took place between the Vikings and Packers. And because the Vikings won, the Eagles are now locked in as the 2 seed. So when you hear him say, I got to see how tonight plays out, well, it played out that the Vikings won and the Eagles are the 2 seed. There's no climbing up. There's no climbing down. Week 18 is basically a preseason game. Here's one more clip from Sirianni talking about how the goals are bigger than the NFC East. And I'm playing this one for a reason, because if we're talking about the NFC East being something that they're celebrating yesterday, but that's not the big picture, well, then other things should not necessarily be exactly what we're going after.
Big time accomplishment to win the NFC East of all the great teams that have won the NFC East in the past. So that was special. But our goals are bigger than just to win that. We want to, win our first playoff game, then win our second playoff game, and win our third, and all the way to the end. And so we'll take that one game at a time. I'll do what I think is necessary and best for the team to, put ourselves in that position. But I also am very sensitive to records and all the things there. And so we'll see how it goes. I don't know yet, but we'll always do what's best for these guys, and that could mean play them, that could mean rest them, right? It could be either one. I got to think about that.
Look, it's going to be a hard decision. Either one, right? To me, it's easy. For me, it's an easy decision. But I'm not the head coach of the football team. I'm not the guy that's in the locker room listening to the players. Like, I know the offensive linemen throughout have been very much on record saying they would like for him to try to beat Eric Dickerson's record. Now, it's great and all to say that 4 or 5 weeks ago. How are you feeling now with 1 week remaining, knowing that this upcoming game means absolutely nothing when it comes to the Eagles' regular season? This upcoming game literally only means records and incentives at this point. And they have done that in the past. They have gotten guys out on the field to try to reach a certain amount of yards. We've talked about the Devontae Smith situation his rookie year. He did not have to play in the final week of the regular season, but they put him out there so that he could reach his incentive, which is tremendous. But this is a little bit different. This isn't a guy on his rookie contract who could use a couple extra dollars in his pocket. This is about a specific individual award, an individual accomplishment. Yes, everybody celebrates it. The offensive line takes pride in it. I get it. The picture yesterday after the game where they're holding up Saquon was freaking beautiful, man. Like, I love that. But this is about one guy ultimately. And that's it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's why it can't be something that you prioritize. It just can't be. The Super Bowl is the end-all, be-all for this team. They're good enough to go out there and win it. The only thing to me that makes it tough is it's guaranteed he would get it. Like, if they played him in Week 18, it's not like he needs 160. It's not like he needs 200. It is a guaranteed lock that if Saquon Barkley played a normal game against the New York Giants defense, he would be the all-time rushing record leader. So the fact that it's like right there in front of you on this silver platter might be a little bit tempting, but I think historically Nick Sirianni and this Eagles coaching staff have told you the way that they're going to handle this.
Well, or they haven't told you, but I think they've dealt with past experiences that completely bit them in the rear end, which we'll talk about coming up next. So coming up next, here's what I'm going to do. And then I would love to hear from you all day long today. First off, let's celebrate a 41-7 beatdown of the Cowboys, clinching the NFC East. Let's just celebrate that. You want to just talk ball? Feel free. It's 610-632-0975. But yes, our question today, which will lead to discussion all day, which will lead to debate all day. You're the head coach. You heard Saquon Barkley say it's Nick Sirianni's decision. You're Nick Sirianni. Are you saying, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's suit up Saquon Barkley and everybody else, by the way. Or are you saying, listen, bigger picture Super Bowl, we're resting week 18? Answer that question for us today at 610-632-0975. I will make my very thought-out statement as to why Saquon Barkley and everybody on that offensive line should not be playing on Sunday. We'll get through that coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas, Connor for John today, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Welcome to the 2,000-Yard Club. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bet365. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. The Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC East title for the second time in 3 seasons. But that was not the main story of the day, though. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000 rushing yard mark for the season. He's just the 9th running back in NFL history to hit that marker. He is now just 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. After the game, Saquon Barkley spoke about what it means to hit that mark.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect, and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot.
The Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed in the NFC after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday, so they'll be hosting a game down at the Link during Wild Card Weekend in 2 weeks. Playing a game tonight, though, is the Sixers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off is at 10 p.m., and you can catch that game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Flyers fell last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Happy holidays from the Fanatic family to yours.
Ho, 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 sports fans.
Alrighty, on this Monday morning, a victory football Monday presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. Eagles beat the Cowboys yesterday 41-7. Just a laugher at Lincoln Financial Field yesterday. Eagles clinched the NFC East, but they will be the 2 seed going into the playoffs after the Minnesota Vikings beat the Packers yesterday. So the Eagles are not going to move up to the 1 seed. They can't move further down from the 2 seed. So they will be the 2 seed. They will be playing the 7th seed in the first round of the playoffs, either that Saturday, Sunday, or Monday of Wild Card Weekend. Now, this is where the debate will be all day today. I want to just celebrate a victory. I would like to just celebrate a victory, but obviously sports talk radio, you have to have some opinions and you have to have some takes and you have to have some questions to debate. Now, let me make this clear, and I've been this way my entire career. I don't do hot takes. I just have an opinion on what I believe is probably the biggest talking point of the day. And the biggest talking point of the day will be whether or not Saquon Barkley should play in the Week 18 game. I'm here to tell you why this should not happen. I'm here to tell you why, if I were Nick Sirianni, I would say, hey, listen, man, sorry. We're going to rest you Week 18. And I have many reasons why. If you want to just start off with overall Saquon Barkley health, stop doing the whole, I've seen it on social media all over the place. He looks fine. You don't know. You don't know exactly how he's feeling. He does look fine. He looks like a freaking beast.
Looks better than fine.
167 yards yesterday. Of course he looks amazing. But I also know that just 2 games ago, he missed a lot of time because something was going on with the quad or the hammy. I forget exactly what it was, but he missed a decent amount of time in that game. You never know when that one little tweak could happen again. So he had 31 carries yesterday. That's the most rushes he has had in a single game this season. His season total is now up to 314. That is a career high. 295 he did in 2022. He is at 314. So I would imagine he would surpass maybe 325, 330 if he were to go out there in Week 18 to try to break Eric Dickerson's record. That's if he breaks it that quickly. As I mentioned in the previous segment, Saquon Barkley is averaging 47.5 yards per first half. 47.5. He needs to rush for over 100 yards to break Eric Dickerson's record. So for everybody that is telling me on social media, you got to let him have a shot. You got to give him at least the first half. What if he's still 50 yards away after the first half? Are you then going to move the goalpost a little bit and say, well, let's give him the third quarter. He's been getting fourth quarters off. Let's give him the third quarter. I would rather not even have that conversation. And in case somebody is wondering, wow, radio guy is trying to put a wet blanket on the mood today. Connor, you are my witness. You can attest to this. You've been here with me this entire season. I've been saying the Saquon Barkley record thing I don't want to go after for like a month and a half now because I thought they were going to finish with the 2 seed. There was a chance they could finish with the 1 seed, but I've been saying for weeks now they're going to get the 2 seed, and I hope they get the 2 seed early so that we don't have to go into Week 18 with the thought that they have to play, and what if they don't get the 1 seed, so they still finish as the 2 seed. That means they never had their bye week, which when was their bye week again this season? Can you remind me?
It was Week 5.
That was a long time ago. So I've been saying this. This is not me saying something the day after the Saquon Barkley 2,000-yard rushing season happened for me to be takey and for me to piss people off just to try to get engagement. I've been saying this for over a month now that I hope Week 18 does not matter. And even if Saquon Barkley was a yard shy of the record, I would not play him. Now, that's a little bit of a stretch, but that's not the case. It's over 100 yards. If you were to play Saquon Barkley on Sunday, you have to play Jordan Mailata. You have to play Landon Dickerson. You have to play Cam Jurgens. You can make the case to play Tyler Steen after Mekhi Becton was hobbled in the game just yesterday. But I don't know. Maybe Mekhi Becton wants to be out there. And then, of course, probably the most important Eagle over the last decade, Lane Johnson would have to play. Lane Johnson's been banged up this season. Mekhi Becton's been in and out of games. Jordan Mailata has missed an extended period of time this season. Do you want to run the risk of your offensive lineman, the best part of your team, the strength of your team, in a meaningless game? Oh, by the way, Saquon Barkley runs a little bit more effectively when Jalen Hurts is the starting quarterback. Are you going to have Jalen Hurts playing a meaningless Week 18 game just for Saquon Barkley to try to break a record? How about A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jahan Dotson? I know nobody cares about Jahan Dotson ultimately, but those three guys are on the field a lot when Saquon's carrying the football. That means they're blocking. You would have to play them as well. Now, before anybody says the whole, oh, well, don't even put it out there. Why are you so fearful of injury? Last year, before the final regular season game against the New York Giants, I begged and pleaded. You can check the tape. You can check tweets, however way you want to look at it. I begged and pleaded for the Eagles to rest their starters Week 18. Now, I understand that this season is so much different than last year's, right? Totally different direction, totally different feel, totally different vibe, totally different talent level, coaching level. I get it. But last year, I thought their only chance to beat the Buccaneers when the vibes were so low was to use Week 18 as a bye week. Go into Tampa Bay healthy. Because remember, Tampa had to play in their Week 18 game, and Baker Mayfield actually got hurt in it. He ended up being fine, as we ended up finding out, because he beat up the Eagles, especially in the second half of that game. There were a lot of people that told me the Eagles needed Week 18 to try to figure out the offense. And I made the case that you're not going to figure out this offense in 1 week when you have not been able to figure it out over the last couple of weeks. But what I can guarantee is a healthier team going into the first round of the playoffs if I rest my starters Week 18. And what happened? Probably the worst case scenario. A.J. Brown got hurt in a meaningless game. Yeah, there was some note still to that game that they could have won the division or they could have moved up in the seedings. Very, very minute chances. But multiple things had to go their way. They didn't go their way. The Eagles end up losing the game, and the Eagles end up losing their best wide receiver in a meaningless game. This Sunday is a meaningless game. This Sunday is practically a preseason game. There are people still saying on social media now, and I know you're one of them, Connor, that would like to see maybe Jalen Hurts get some reps before the playoffs. I'm told all the time that preseason games don't matter. This game is pretty much a preseason game, so why should this one be different? And I'm not mentioning I'm talking about Saquon Barkley specifically.
Right.
If this game has no meaning to it, that it is practically a preseason game, and I'm told all the time that preseason games don't matter and we shouldn't play in the preseason because we should be healthy going into week one. I'd rather a player get hurt in a game of meaning than a preseason game. That's what I hear all the time, right?
That's not totally fair.
But that is what a lot of people say, that they would rather a player get hurt in a meaningful game than a meaningless game.
Okay.
Well,
yes.
then this Sunday's game is meaningless. It matters for one thing and one thing only, and that's for Saquon Barkley to try to break the all-time rushing record, which would be an amazing feat. It would be really cool. If you can guarantee me that he would come out of that game healthy and be ready to go for the playoffs, then yeah, man, go for it. But you can't guarantee that.
I agree with 99.9% of everything you just said. Just the one thing, like the whole treat it like a preseason game, the reason why you can get away with not playing players in the preseason is because you're preparing for week 1 of 18 weeks, 17 games. If you go out and you lose week 1 because you have to work some stuff out, or let's just say hypothetically, you have like a week 5 bye and you're 2-2 at the bye week.
Yes.
A team could turn that around and end up being 13-3. You can make up for that. You can't make up for losing in the postseason. You can't have any rust. You can't have any issues going into the postseason. So it's not just, hey, you say don't play in the preseason, so you better not play now because this is a preseason. Like, it's a different scenario than that. Now, that being said, and I'm just nitpicking at what you're saying, like, I still agree with where you end up on your point, which is guys should not play this week.
No, nobody. Because, again, it's not just one guy. You would have to play everybody. And do you really think it matters that much? I imagine Saquon Barkley would love to say to his grandkids one day that he is the all-time rushing leader, right? That's awesome. You know what else he would like to say? I won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. And there is a world where both happens, right? Where he gets the rushing record and he's fine for the playoffs and they win the Super Bowl. possibility, right? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that if Saquon Barkley were to play Week 18, he's going to get hurt, right? But I am saying, and I'm not afraid to say it, and don't put it out there. Don't put it out in the universe. He could get hurt. And that's why it's not worth the risk. Because nobody should have played, in my opinion, in the Week 18 game last year at MetLife Stadium, and you lost your best wide receiver in that game. You also lost Sidney Brown, one of your starting safeties. There's no point other than an individual accomplishment that a lot of people can take pride in, and we would celebrate it. Don't get me wrong, but God forbid something happens.
Yeah, it's just
a tweak of an ankle, a strained hamstring. I'm not even saying the blown out knee.
No, it's a very clear priority list, right? Super Bowl greater than individual records. Chasing this puts one of those at some type of risk.
Absolutely.
So you just have to ask yourself, which one is more important to you? And if your answer is not Super Bowl, you're certifiably insane.
Yes, but a lot of people were upset by me voicing that yesterday. And apparently a lot of people would rather him try to go for the record than play it safe. That's the crazy thing. Oh, Philly Hot Take Radio. Play it safe is hot take these days? Play it safe is the smart thing to do. All right. Coming up next, we continue the celebration of yesterday's victory. You'll hear a little Eagles montage of the great win for the Eagles, 41-7 over the Cowboys, which locked them in as NFC East champions for the 2024-25 NFL season. It is Kincade Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning. We'll hear from you as well. Should Saquon Barkley and everybody else with it play in Week 18 in a meaningless game? 610-632-0975. It's Kincade Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Happy holidays from the Fanatic family to yours.
Hey there, it's Silvana Kelleher, producer.
6:47 on Kincade Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, we'll get to the phones and the texts coming up because I'm sure there will be plenty of debate, and hopefully it can be cordial because, people were not normal yesterday, but that's okay. People were probably boozing. It was a beautiful day yesterday.
Yeah, dude, everyone was
people were tailgating and enjoying themselves, and maybe a couple brews went a little too far because saying that the Super Bowl is the bigger picture than an individual award pissed a lot of people off yesterday.
Yesterday was just like the perfect storm of Philadelphia's Sunday day drinking. The Eagles get moved up to 1 o'clock, so you have more of your day free. They smoke the Cowboys.
Outside.
The weather's perfect. A lot of people are out of work for like a holiday break in between Christmas and New Year's. You already know time doesn't exist this time of year for a lot of people.
Right.
And the Giants mess up their chance of getting the first overall pick just to put the cherry on top. Like, everything broke the Eagles' way yesterday, besides the Vikings losing to the Packers, which would have been nice.
But I wanted it to go that way.
Yes.
Because I didn't want Week 18 to be a potential, hey, let's play, because there's a chance we can get the 1 seed. And then if you don't get the 1 seed, you lost any chances of having a week off. So for my personal want, everything did actually go the way that I wanted it to go yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, this city yesterday was feeling it. If you're hungover this morning, you're probably not alone. There's probably a lot of Eagles fans with you.
Well, before we get into the debate, let's relive some of the moments that happened yesterday. Courtesy of Fox, our man Brendan Gunn put this together. Here's a little Eagles montage of yesterday's 41-7 victory over the Cowboys.
It looks like a misprint. 62 degrees at Lincoln Financial Field, December 29th. Gorgeous day for football. Cowboys and Eagles. 3rd and 3. Blitz coming. Picked up. Rush gets intercepted. Breaking in front of that is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And a house call. Pick 6 to open the day. 3rd down and 8. Pickett giving time. Happy feet in the pocket. Lines up and throws it deep. Kincade. Circus catch. Ran Kincade 44 yards. 3rd and 12. Cowboys coming after him. Pickett retreating. Stepping up. He's got Smith. For an Eagles touchdown. A rush on the roll as Tolbert opened downfield. Checks it down. The ball comes out. Jordan Davis is in there. He's probably going to end up with it.
Yeah, you're not going to win that.
Given time. Deep ball into coverage. It is picked up. Second of the game for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
What Chauncey's so impressive about Chauncey is that when he gets his hands on the football, he finishes. That's a special talent that he has.
I don't care who our quarterback is, Jalen Hurts or not, they're going push.
And they get it. It's not the Jalen Hurts push, it's the touch. It don't matter whose touch they're pushing. It should work. And it. Pickett, deep ball. He's got Smith. It's a perfect throw. They sneak it again. Pickett, this time leaves no doubt. Got his helmet ripped off in the process, so he gets a little face time.
It's special, man. I sit out there on the field. I'm sure there's a kid dreaming about playing for the Eagles and, doing things that, we went out there and did today. So, it's incredibly special.
Barkley's up to 87 yards, trying to get to 134 to keep that needs-to average right where it is going into the last game for the NFL record. He's got a first down and done so. Barkley's over 100 yards and across the 35. 3rd and 8, looks like going to put it on McKee. Capatera's in the backfield with him. McKee floating for the end zone. He's got an NFL touchdown to A.J. Brown. Brown, of course, not thinking about what this touchdown is. This ball just my latest touchdown. Throws it as far as he can, and Tanner McKee's got to be thinking, oh no, I really wanted that for my office, my shelf. And they say, dude, that was Tanner's first touchdown. You just threw it into the seats. He said, oh no.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. I just lost the ball. I'm glad we got it back for his first touchdown. Oh yeah.
3rd down, handed off to Dowdle. Lost the ball. Smith knocked it out of there. The Eagles have it.
I know Giants fans. It's been a tough year.
Warren Netty's going to have a chance at the record next week if they decide to play him against the Giants. Hurdles his way to the secondary here. Saquon Barkley crosses the 25. 21 more. And 2,000 for the season for Saquon Barkley.
We definitely knew what the number was to at least get to 2,000. And we weren't leaving this field without at least accomplishing that.
It is Devontae Smith galloping to the end zone for the touchdown. And the The Eagles clinch the East with a 41-7 win over the Cowboys.
How about them Cowboys?
It's exciting. We always want to do special things. I think winning the division is always a special thing, and then our goals are much bigger from here. I think we got special guys. It was fun celebrating in there when you're able to do this, and exciting. We'll enjoy this, and then we'll get right back to work because our goals are bigger than just winning this division. But this is a hell of a division. But again, like I said, we'll enjoy this, and then it's back to work.
Goals are bigger than just the division. Goals are also bigger than the individual rushing record, which would be an amazing feat, an incredible feat. But I am not worried about that. I'm worried about being healthy, fresh, and ready to go for the playoffs. Great job, Brendan Gunn, putting that together, courtesy of Fox. You can text and you can call on 610-632-0975. Let's go to David in San Antonio, who wants to talk about Saquon. What's up, David?
Good morning. I'm playing Saquon because to me, it's not just a regular season game. I understand where you're coming from, but history is history. And that's what this is, history, legacy. And the irony is that you do it against the Giants who devalue your position. The bigger issue, I mean, Saquon could be making a stand. I think he's in a very big bargaining position. If he can break the all-time record that stood for so long, I understand what you're talking about with the somebody could get hurt. But I heard for 3 weeks that Jalen Hurts needs to play just to get back into the thick of things.
Well, 3 weeks ago, Jalen Hurts said, 3 weeks ago, Jalen Hurts had to play because they still had to win the division. They still had to lock up the 2 seed, and the 1 seed was still up for grabs. This Week 18 game means absolutely nothing, right? In terms of seedings, I understand in terms of individual accomplishments and incentives, it still matters something to certain players. But what I'm telling you, David, is my goal, if I'm Nick Sirianni, is to try to win a Super Bowl. And the best thing that I could probably do for my team right now that has not had a bye week since week 5 is probably to give my guys some extra rest. And there is a legit risk. If I say, well, what about the chances of him getting hurt? You can't say to me, well, it's not going to happen. There's a shot that it could.
Nope, I'm not saying that. But what I would say to you is this, too. Have you noticed, let's take last year and how the locker room was disjointed and no one liked each other. There's a true brotherhood and camaraderie with these guys. You see how they all talked about, we wanted Saquon to get the record. Like everyone is saying, don't play him. But the guys were saying, hey man, we want you to get this 2,000 mark. It was the offensive line that was saying that. So I'm thinking these guys are encouraging him to get it.
Yeah, look, I totally understand, David, and I appreciate the call.
They're not going to get mad if Nick Sirianni decides to rest players. Like, that's not going to kill the vibe of the locker room.
I had a tweet last night about literally that. Like, oh, man, you could hurt the locker room if you don't play them, and then you'll be the first one to complain if they come out slow to start the playoffs. If they come out slow to start the playoffs, first off, that's nothing new this year.
Yeah, par for the course.
Second of all, it would be because of the game plan. It would not be because of Lane Johnson's upset that they didn't go for Saquon. Like this would not ruin the locker room. Trust me on that one. All right. It's going to be a debate that's going to happen all day today on this show. I'm sure it's going to happen throughout the midday show. Best show ever, you name it. So coming up next, we'll reset the topics today, and we'll play you multiple Saquon Barkley clips. Hear from the man himself talking about what 2000 meant to him, and, of course, what else could come his way if he were to play Week 18. Hear his thoughts on whether or not he wants to play Week 18. You'll hear a lot from Saquon next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
NFC East champs. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by KFC. Get the KFC Festive Feast for $25.99 and fill the table with 6 tenders, 6 pieces of classic fried chicken, 2 sides, and 3 sauces. Yes, the Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC East title for the second time in 3 seasons. But that was not the story of the day, though. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000 rushing yard mark for the season. He's just the 9th running back in NFL history to hit that marker. He is now just 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. After the game, Saquon Barkley spoke about hitting that 2,000-yard mark.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect and some of them I grew up watching definitely means a lot.
After Sunday's results, the Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed in the NFC after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday afternoon. The Eagles will be hosting a game at the Link during Wild Card Weekend in 2 weeks. Playing a game tonight, though, is the 76ers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off is at 10 p.m. tonight. You can catch that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they fell last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
7 a.m. on Kincade and Salciunas. John out till the new year. He'll be back on the 2nd. So on Thursday, Connor in for him. I will actually also be off after today. New Year's Day, I was scheduled off. Forgot about the whole daycare situation. So I'm off tomorrow now.
Those darn kids.
Yeah, forgot about the whole daycare being closed throughout the new year. So you will be holding down the fort again tomorrow.
I got you.
And I appreciate you doing that. We will have Andrew DeCecco in, by the way, today for the entire 8 o'clock hour. I was listening to Andrew yesterday when he was on with Kevin Cooney and B. Gunn during the postgame show. B. Gunn, you guys did a great job last night. And Andrew's in favor of, if Saquon wants to go after it, there's a lot of pride in that locker room. So we will talk to Andrew about that when he's in here. Andrew knows that locker room. He's in that locker room every single day. My response to all that is I don't care. Like, I'm sorry. I'll be the nasty guy. All right? It's like my son. Love him to death. He wanted cookies for breakfast. I would love to give him cookies for breakfast.
Be easy.
But probably not a good idea to give him cookies for breakfast. So I don't give him cookies for breakfast. He pouts for a little bit, and then eventually he eats his oatmeal or his eggs or whatever he ends up eating for breakfast. Saquon Barkley is, yes, 100-some yards away from a rushing record all time. And I'm not even doing the whole, well, it's not real because it's an extra game. You know, I did say that earlier this season, and I still stand by it. Right, O.J. Simpson is technically the all-time rushing record holder because he did it in 14 games, but we'll leave that conversation for another day. This has nothing to do with the whole Week 18, we'll give him an extra game to accomplish it. I'm not even doing that. Week 18 means nothing for this football team. The only thing that people will come at me today where they will say it will mean something is the vibe in the locker room. And I just don't buy that.
Nah, dude, I don't either. And the other thing, too, that makes it easy for people, anyone who's saying, hey, it's up to Saquon. If he wants to play, I say go let him get the record. That's a very easy conversation and point to have for that side because they know that Saquon doesn't want it. Not that he doesn't want it, but they know that he won't push for it because we already saw this year in a game against the Giants, he could have easily gone out and gotten his career high rushing, which he got later in the season in a later game, but he could have gone and done that. Nick Sirianni approached him, asked him, put the onus on Saquon Barkley. He said, nah, I'm good. Like, he put the team above him already in a smaller version of the same scenario. It's very easy to say, yeah, if Saquon wants to, he can, when you know he's going to put the team first.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that, dude.
He already said it. He just said it in a clip we played earlier in the show. It's up to Nick. If he wanted to do it, he'd say, I'd love to. But it's up to the coach.
All right, well, hold on. Let's play a couple clips for you then because I don't think that's true, dude. I think he does think team first, but he might say, what's one more week? Like, is it he may know his body more than we do, right? I'm trying to limit any potential injury.
I got you. I'm with you.
Okay? He could still feel 100%, which obviously he doesn't at this point of the season, but he could still feel amazing. I'm not risking injury. I'm not risking. You saw yesterday, you know how freakish these injuries happen. Mekhi Becton had to leave the game yesterday because Kenny Pickett fell backwards onto his ankle, and he had to leave the game because of it. It could be such a fluky play. I'd rather not risk it. But here's Saquon. Let's start off with some of the warm and fuzzies. Here he is talking about what rushing for 2,000 yards in the season, which, by the way, is amazing, meant for him.
I'm not going to lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect and some of them I grew up watching definitely means a lot, but at the same time I wouldn't be able to do that with this team. And like I said, you can't be great without the greatness of others, and I'm just happy I was able to be a part of the team and be able to reach a milestone like that.
I mean, it was amazing. And if you follow Saquon Barkley on Twitter, just scroll through his account yesterday because it's, shady tweet. He's retweeting tweets from Shady. Chris Johnson, 2,000 yards. Chris Johnson tweeted at him, welcome to the 2K club. Like, that's awesome. It was great that he got that kind of recognition nationally yesterday and from people that are outside of the league. But then it leads to the whether or not he should play in Week 18 to try to go for the overall record. And here was his answer.
It's up to Nick, to be honest. Whatever his decision is, I'm all for it. If, his mindset is, we'll go out there and try it, and I'll go out there and try it. But his mindset is, let's rest and get ready for, this run, then I'm all for that too. I'm not just saying that because a camera's in my face or a mic's in my face. I really mean that. I came here to do something special, and obviously breaking a record special, but I want a banner up there, and I think we all do. But we gave ourselves a chance with that, and, clinched the playoffs before, and now with the division, and, like I said, now it's up to Nick and see what his mindset is.
I see you make a gesture. That doesn't mean that he wants to or doesn't want to.
I know, but that's the thing. He's willing to give up that decision to somebody outside of himself.
Right. I'm not. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want it.
Okay, but it means he doesn't want it bad enough to make his opinion the priority.
I got it.
So that to me says I'm putting the team first. Like that very clearly says I'm letting someone else make this decision on what could be the best record I ever accomplished individually.
Right,
in my
but
NFL
what if
career.
Nick Sirianni then flips it back to Saquon and says, "I'll let you decide"?
Listen, we could go back and forth on that.
My
all the
wife
time.
and I do the "What do you want for dinner?" No, you pick. No, you pick. No, you pick.
Yeah,
no,
they're
you
not.
pick.
They're
on a
not
daily
married.
basis.
They're not married. They're a head coach and a running back of a football team. Okay, you can handle that with your wife.
And one guy might say, "I'll let you decide," and then the other guy goes, "How do you feel? I'll let you decide." So here's Saquon because he was asked, would the rest in Week 18 help? And this is an answer where you go, I don't think he's necessarily made his decision. I think he may want to try to go for it, but he's open to anything. Take a listen to him talking about rest.
It's not going to hurt, but at the same time, it's not like a rest. You still got to stay active with your body. If it's the route that we go, I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but at the same time, still stay consistent. That's been my whole message this whole year is being consistent. Rushing for 2,000 yards and the success I've had is not an accident. There's a reason why, and I'm gonna continue to stay on that script and continue to stay on that schedule and stay locked into that mindset and get ready for whatever comes up next.
So he's going to prepare, I guess, as if he's playing.
Yeah, or at least
he's going to do his
active.
week. Yeah,
they're going to practice and everything.
Right. It's not like he's putting his feet up on the couch eating bonbons.
Horses want to run, dude. Like that's what it is. Horses want to run.
All right, so he might want to run. So you're answering my point.
Okay.
Well, he may want to go for it.
This is why you have a coaching staff. This is why you have a head coach. And if he's going to defer the decision to the head coach, he's willing to give up that ability to decide for himself. And that says all I need to hear about whether or not he's putting this over the Super Bowl. Like, that says everything I need to know about Saquon's mentality going into this week, and it's the right mentality to have.
It is the right mentality to have. Now, I will play one more clip for you, and then we'll get back to our phones, and we'll get to the text line, because I'm sure the text line is buzzing this morning. It's 610-632-0975. The question, we would love to just talk Eagles-Cowboys, but there's now a topic to debate. The question is, if you're Nick Sirianni, are you saying, Saquon, you're playing on Sunday, we're going for the record, but take into account, that means everybody's playing, at least on the offense, right? You're not only putting him out there with, and I mean this respectfully, with Fred Johnson and Trevor Keegan and Tyler Steen and any other backup lineman that you can think of, right? Like, no, he's going to do it with the starting offensive line, A, because they would want to be a part of it, B, you want to keep him protected as much as possible. That means Jalen's going to play. That means AJ's going to play. That means Grant Calcaterra is going to play because you want to have your best blockers out there. That means Devontae's going to play, who, by the way, just messed up his wrist on a cheap shot by one of the Cowboys players in the game yesterday. But here's Saquon talking about not leaving the field yesterday until he reached 2,000 yards, and this is noteworthy.
We definitely knew what the number was to at least get to the 2,000, and we weren't leaving this field without at least accomplishing that. And that's not the words from me; that's the words from the guys up front. So that means a lot to me. And when you see that, and those guys are like, "This needs this to get it. Let's go get it." It puts a little pressure on you too, but at the same time, it's pressure that you want.
I mean, it's a great clip, but the point of me playing that clip is they weren't going off the field until he reached 2,000 yards. If he's going to play on Sunday, it's for one reason and one reason only.
Yep.
It's for the record. Because, again, Week 18 means nothing. And so Saquon Barkley has 2,005 rushing yards. The record is 2,105. He's exactly 100 yards away from tying it, 101 from breaking it. If he goes out there and has 55 yards in the first half and then they go to halftime, he ain't coming out of that game.
No. like,
and then all of a sudden, it's let's feed Saquon like you saw yesterday. Which, by the way, it could be one run in the second half. It could be. He could break one for 60 yards and boom, we're done.
Or
right?
it could be 10. It's Pandora's box. I don't want to open it.
Neither do I. So, for the people, 610-632-0975. I hope I made the case, because obviously people see things on social media and they just think I'm trying to be contrarian, right? I'm making a case here that he should not play. And if you go back to any of the shows when I was doing middays last year, I didn't want them to play in Week 18 against the Giants last year. And that game still had some bit of merit to it for the playoffs. That if they won, things had to go their way. Like a million things had to go their way. But I thought the best plan of attack for the Eagles last year was to rest up their starters, and maybe you could beat the Buccaneers just because you were healthier. You lost A.J. Brown for the playoffs. And so, going into this Week 18 game that has no note, like nothing can change. Literally, it's not one of these things, well, if the Eagles lose and 7 other things happen. No, nothing happens. They are locked in as the 2 seed. That means Week 18 means absolutely nothing for this team. To me, you're just setting yourself up for risking an injury. You could say you're setting yourself up to try to make history. You could also say that. But I would rather play it safe, which I can't believe that is now the hot take. 610-632-0975. Brendan Gunn, good morning. Sorry, we've been very chatty today.
You got it, guys. NFC's champs, a lot to talk about.
Great job on the post-game show yesterday with Kevin Cooney.
Appreciate it.
What do we have on the text line today? I know our first caller wanted Saquon to play. Our second caller that just dropped off wanted Saquon to play. A lot of people on social media yesterday wanted Saquon to play this upcoming game in Week 18. What are we saying on the text line?
Yeah, we got Joe checking in from the 609. He says, because Dickerson ran his mouth and sounded petty on Mike McCoy, I say destroy the record. Lions will be out, and Philly will host the NFC Championship anyway.
So you're going to risk injury because of pettiness. Like, that's what it comes down to.
That's stupid. I'm sorry. Like, everyone should be nice to everyone and happy today because the Eagles won the division. That's stupid because a running back who hasn't played the game in 30 years is saying, oh, okay, well, I don't want him to break it. It won't count if he breaks it. Then now you're going to put a Super Bowl at risk? I need everyone to slow down for a second. All right? Do you remember what the Super Bowl was like? Do you remember what winning the Super Bowl feels like?
That was really fun.
Do you remember what losing one feels like? Do you remember what disappointment feels like? Do you remember what collapse feels like? Do you remember what season-ending injury or failure or big-time disappointment feels like? Because are you going to really risk that?
I had a guy yesterday on social media, and one of the numerous negative responses toward my take here that Saquon shouldn't play and that everybody should sit. One guy said, well, they're not guaranteed to get to the Super Bowl. I was like, okay, they're not.
All right.
He's not guaranteed to break the record. Like, what? Why should that? You can't say one and ignore the other.
I'm not guaranteed to see tomorrow. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to Parks Casino tonight, and I'm taking my life savings, and I'm putting it on black. Because I don't know. I might not see tomorrow. You can't just go say, oh, well, it's not guaranteed they do this, so we're going to risk everything right now. It's not smart. It's not rational. You are risking something greater for something lesser. And I would love that for Saquon, but I don't root for the Philadelphia Saquons. I root for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and look, I get it. We think about how cool it could be. Like, I love how much we have improved as a society that we do care about individuals these days,
yes.
Right? And that's amazing. But again, I'm talking about, guys, the Eagles offense, they've won, 11 of their last 12 games? Is that what it is now?
Yes.
They had a 10-game winning streak,
Correct.
Snapped, and 11 of the last 12.
Math by you.
They've won 11 of their last 12 running Saquon Barkley. Sorry, 10 of their last 11. There's been one game where they had to throw the football.
Yes.
And that was the Steelers game.
Didn't have to, chose to.
Exactly. But other than the Steelers game, that winning streak that they went on was on the back of Saquon Barkley. So God forbid something were to happen in Week 18. And I will say it. For anybody that feels squeamish that I pointed out there, there's a reason why I don't want him to play Week 18 because of the, God forbid, injury that could happen in a contact sport like football. if he were to get hurt, I don't know what this offense looks like in the playoffs.
It's not even that. I'll make a deeper point. Saquon Barkley, in his career, you went through like the career high in touches and everything and usage that he's already gone through at this point in the season.
He is at 314 carries this year. His career high was in 2022 when he had 295.
So the other thing you got to think about is he's never played past the divisional round of the postseason.
Yep.
He's going to have, if the Eagles make it to the Super Bowl, 2 more weeks of wear and tear, high-level football, big-time defenses, big-time spots where they're going to use him a bunch if the Eagles are to make it where they want to go and win the Super Bowl. It's not just like major injury, like, he's hurt, he's done for the postseason.
Yeah.
He's not. Wear and tear is a thing, too. There could be points later on in the postseason run for the Eagles if they make a deep one. We all expect them to, where his body doesn't feel quite the same as it does now, and that extra rest could help. He said himself, it's not going to hurt.
No, it's not going to hurt. If anything, I would imagine that would help. Now, I will also say this, because I know there's people that are out there doing the whole, you'll be the first one to say blah, 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 blah. I don't believe Jalen Hurts needs to play in Week 18 to get some reps. I don't believe they need to basically use that as a preseason game for themselves. I think the offense will be fine if Jalen does not play another game. I think the offense will be fine if Saquon Barkley doesn't play another game in the regular season. I think they're going to be totally fine come playoff time. If they were to come out slow to start the playoff game, it would be because they've been coming out slow to start every game this year. It would be because the opposing defense maybe had a good game plan for them. It would have nothing to do with whether or not they play in Week 18. And I will say this, if I do say that, which I won't, but if I did say that, somebody could come to the studio and punch me in the face.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because then all of a sudden I'd be going up against my word.
That's true. That's a fair point.
And if you go up against your word, you should get punched.
Ready Gun, is there any chance that we could edit that together so it sounds like he said that?
We should.
But here's my thing. Like, the only thing I'll say, the Hurts 2 weeks, you know where I stand on that. That does make me like a little bit. If they said, hey, we're going to give the starters like a drive because we want to see Jalen Hurts throw the football and like see pressure again, because 2 weeks off does feel weird compared to like if it was 1 week, you could say, it's just like a bye week. 2 weeks for him with the concussion, maybe he wants to knock some rust off. They can do that in practice. This is just me like thinking through that. I would understand some rationale, but the problem with that now is if you put him out there, Saquon's going to be behind him. And if Saquon's out there to start, he's going to get yards. And if he gets yards, then he's going to get close to the record. And then you're going to have to play him until he gets the record. And then we end up in the same Pandora's box situation where if you open up the starters, you're not going to be able to take them out.
It's an easy question for me to answer.
Same.
It's not an easy question for a lot of people to answer. Or it's an easy question for people to answer on the other side, saying, yes, Saquon should play. I just disagree with you vehemently. So we'd love to hear from you. You can text in, you can call in 610-632-0975. Overall reaction to the Eagles' 41-7 beatdown of the Cowboys. But you're Nick Sirianni. You heard Saquon Barkley say it earlier this segment. We played the clip. It's up to Nick. You're Nick. Are you playing Saquon Barkley and all the starters and letting Saquon Barkley trying to get the all-time rushing record? Or are you making the tough decision and saying, nope, we're resting our guys. We're being prepared for the playoffs because we did not get the 1 seed, which means we don't have a first-round bye. You can text in or call in at 610-632-0975. Speaking of the playoffs, we'll go around the NFL from the other scores that happened during these slate of games yesterday and how the NFL playoff picture is almost finalized in both conferences. There's still one more open spot in the NFC, but it's just for a division. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
NFC East champs once again. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Coming January 25th, the biggest fighting event ever to hit Philadelphia. Knucklemania 5 from Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, Saturday, January 25th at the Wells Fargo Center. The Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC East crown for the second time in 3 seasons, but that was not the main story of the day. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000-yard rushing mark for the season. He's just the 9th running back in NFL history to hit that marker. He's now just 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season record. And after the game, Saquon spoke about hitting that 2,000-yard marker.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot.
After yesterday's results, the Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed in the NFC after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday afternoon. So the Birds are going to be hosting a home game at the Link during Wild Card Weekend in 2 weeks. Playing a game tonight, though, are the 76ers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off is at 10 p.m. You can catch that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they fell last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brandon Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Can you feel it?
The Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
This team's got a real shot.
So many reasons to believe. Right now, Eagle fans, you got to be feeling really comfortable.
This team, they could beat anybody.
Everyone's getting Birds fever.
Quinyon Mitchell is about as steady as they come.
Dejean did what?
Saquon Barkley is playing out of his mind.
I'm fired up from the trenches all the way out to the playmaker.
Get a jump on the postseason throughout December.
Pack your bags.
Get ready for New Orleans.
Yeah, get New Orleans right now.
Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
We're officially in the second week of winter. The Fanatic. John out till Thursday. Connor in for him. Brennan Gunn producing the show today. And we're talking about the Eagles' big win over the Cowboys yesterday, 41-7. They clinched the NFC East. The 2 seed is now official for the Eagles. It's been official. But it's official for the Eagles now. So for anybody that did the whole, oh, stop, don't do this too early there. Come on. This team is so freaking good. All right? And they clinch it yesterday. The Vikings win against the Packers, so they stay at the 2 seed. There's no changing anymore, which then leads to the big debate about whether or not Saquon Barkley should go after Eric Dickerson's rushing record this upcoming Sunday against the New York Giants. I honestly don't think it should be a big debate. I thought this was an easy one, but apparently it's not. There are a lot of people that are in favor of him going after it. And I find that amazing, especially in this city where we're worried about everything. That's the amazing part of all this. Like, the Eagles' defense gave up 22 points in the fourth quarter against the Commanders, and I was the crazy one for saying, don't worry about it. Like, they're fine. There were people that were worried that, oh, is the defense getting exposed? Quinyon Mitchell had his first bad game. Uh-oh, rookie wall, blah, blah, blah. Like, the amount of fear-mongering that began after that loss to the Commanders, when we just got to realize that if Jalen Hurts plays, they win that game, and they win it by multiple scores. There was a lot of people that all of a sudden got scared right before the playoffs started. And now all of a sudden, we're not worried that Saquon Barkley could get hurt. It's amazing. It's amazing me right now.
Well, to me, there's part of this argument for him to play that is fearful. We kind of heard it. I forget if it was a texter or caller that we talked to, but saying the Super Bowl isn't guaranteed. Right?
Yeah, I had somebody tweet me that yesterday, and I was like, come on.
That's part of what I think this is. Like, at least if we get this record, we'll have something. Like,
yeah, but the record's not guaranteed. Like, that's my
I'll tell you what. The record, if you were to play him 4 quarters.
If he gets hurt.
No, I got you. The record is guaranteed, Andrew. You can't, no. You can't toot your horn about the 2 seed's been locked up for 14 months, but you can't say Saquon's going to go get 100 against the New York Giants.
If he stays healthy, yes.
Isn't that all the more reason to sit him? Like, you can rest, you can go to bed saying, I would have broken the record, but I'm putting the team first. Like, if there's nothing at risk. If he goes out there and gets hurt, then what are we talking about?
Yeah, then all of a sudden, are we happy that he played and went for it? There's a chance. Again, it's not a guarantee that he gets hurt. There's a chance that he's
just fine.
Totally fine.
Yes.
And rushes for 175,000 yards and breaks the record.
But it's not just him. You putting him out there puts the whole team at risk, right?
Yep.
And I'm not saying that's like against Saquon. The offensive players are going to want to be out there.
And let's not act like the offensive line has not been banged up all season long.
Yeah, Lane said after the game in the locker room, he said, I'd rather be safe than sorry, but there is something to think about. That sounds like he doesn't want to play.
Yeah, because he probably just saw the guy next to him, Mekhi Becton, get rolled up on an ankle in a game where they were up by like 3 scores at the time. I wanted Saquon to come out in the third quarter yesterday.
Yeah.
And he didn't even get to 2,000 yet. And I understand people wanted him to get to 2,000. And he literally said in his post-game press conference that he was not coming off the field until he reached 2,000 yards. I wanted him to come off earlier.
Yeah,
because the
like-
game was out of reach. Like, that Cowboys team was not coming back.
The lineman, too. Like, Lane Johnson, 34. All right? I just turned 30 in October, and I sat weird at the pregame show yesterday, and my back hurt all day. He's 34, and he's been playing NFL football for over a decade. Like, that's a guy that probably wants some time to chill out before the postseason and work on some recovery stuff and get his work in but not have to play. And also, like, it's not like this is a team in the New York Giants that has stuff to play for and they're going to put together a game plan and everything like that. It is not outside the realm of possibility that some idiot on the New York Giants, who are a terrible organization, decides that they want to take a cheap shot on someone. Dallas just did it to you for 4 quarters on
you
Sunday.
saw it a couple times yesterday.
So, no, don't play him.
Again, we're talking ourselves into hoping that this happens. Not me. People are. I saw one tweet where it was, well, the Giants like him.
Like,
yeah, so you know what? You're right.
nah, they're gonna let him.
They're not going Brett Favre and laying down.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? They're going to part the Red Sea and say, go ahead, Saquon.
They're going to do that thing. Do you remember seeing that old video of the like World War II vet that played in the Kentucky alumni game?
And they let him run for the touchdown.
Yeah, they're going to do that to Saquon on Sunday. You're right, folks.
But we're doing whatever we can to try to be like, yeah, no, it's totally worth it. All right, so before we get back to our texts and calls, just some scores around the NFL yesterday. There were a couple of noteworthy ones, especially in the NFC. Last night, the Commanders, they win in overtime against the Falcons. Falcons had a chance to actually win it in the fourth quarter. They don't. It goes to overtime. Commanders end up winning that football game, which locks them into the playoffs. And because the Packers lost to the Vikings, the Commanders have actually jumped Green Bay. And the Commanders are now the 6th seed. The Packers are the 7th seed. So if the season were to end today, the Eagles would actually be hosting the Packers in the first round of the playoffs, which I would rather face the Commanders, but Green Bay can get it too.
Yeah, they look bad against Minnesota.
I'm not worried about Green Bay. I'm just saying I would rather have faced the Commanders. I think that would be the easier path. But the Eagles are going to be playing, if the season ended today, the Packers. Things could still change. The Commanders could still drop down to the 7th seed. The Packers could still climb up to the 6th seed. But those teams, Vikings, Eagles, Rams, Lions, Commanders, Packers, are all in the NFC playoffs. The only 2 teams that are still up for grabs are the Bucs and the Falcons for the NFC South. It's just the division. The Buccaneers have one more win than the Falcons, but if the Bucs lose and the Falcons win, then the Falcons have the head-to-head because they beat them twice this year. The Falcons would be the NFC South champions. And then in the AFC, Chiefs are the 1 seed, and that's an important note to make. Bills, Ravens, Texans, Steelers, Chargers are all in the playoffs. Only one spot can be had, and that's the final wild card spot. So in the NFC, it's the NFC South winner. In the AFC, it's the final wild card spot. The Broncos currently hold it, but the Bengals beat them, which caused all this chaos. The Dolphins beat the Browns, which causes more chaos. The Colts choking away a playoff spot to the Giants is hysterical. Steichen, we'll see what happens with him.
The offense scored a bunch.
The offense did score a bunch. The Broncos right now have the 7th seed. But if they lose and the Dolphins lose and the Bengals win, the Bengals are playing Saturday night against the Steelers. The Bengals would get that 7th seed. If all 3 teams lose, the Broncos get it. If the Broncos lose and the Dolphins win, the Dolphins actually have the tiebreaker, and they would sneak in on the playoffs. So the final weekend in the AFC is big for 3 teams. The final weekend for the NFC is just obviously Buccaneers, Falcons, but there could still be some change in seedings between the Commanders and the Packers. So there's your NFC, AFC run through. But we could still find out next week who the Eagles will be playing in the first round, and then that will obviously change everything. Could the Vikings be the 1 seed? If the Vikings beat the Lions, they are, and then the Lions go from being the top team in football for the longest time to a 5 seed.
Yeah. And Cincinnati and Kansas City, by the way, those cities are about to hate each other.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Chiefs, if they not just sit their starters, which they should because they have everything locked up.
Oh, just like the Eagles.
If they actively try to lose, they can keep Joe Burrow and the Bengals out of the postseason. If they actively try and tank that game that they have, because they play who? The Broncos? In their final week of the season, so they could give Denver the win.
Yeah, they could give Denver the win.
And that would force, and they should. Frankly, they should. They should put Bo Nix in the postseason over allowing Joe Burrow into that side of the bracket because Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins in that offense
it's scary.
Are terrifying.
That's a smart thought.
But we're going to see a lot of tweets, just like we saw with the Giants when Doug Peterson did it to them, of why isn't Carson Wentz actually trying to throw the football, which is just going to be mind-numbing in 2024.
But then again, he is
2025.
going to try because he wants to try to get a gig down the road.
Yeah, Carson Wentz, big eye guy.
Yeah. No, yes.
I know, I'm not kidding.
No, he wouldn't mind one more contract.
I'm not kidding.
All right, Gunnar, give us one text, and then we'll get to more texts and calls in the next segment. We'll really start hammering this debate about whether or not Saquon Barkley should play in Week 18. I thought this was an easy question to answer, but apparently it isn't.
Yeah, apparently it's not. Mike in Turnersville checking in saying the Eagles have to let Barkley break the record. Records matter. Also, it's Unreal Theater, a packed house screaming, "Thank you, Saquon," and then thanking the Giants on their way out. Records have to play into it. This could make a case for the Hall of Fame later down the road for Saquon.
The only thing I don't like is you have to let him break the record. It is not a guarantee. I get what you're saying, Connor. If he plays and he's healthy, yes, he's going to rush for over 101 yards against the New York Giants. But what if he gets hurt? And what if it doesn't happen in the first half? I see so many people tweeting at me, just give him the first half. Just give him the first half. He doesn't have to play in the second half. 47.5 yards per first half this year. That's what he's averaging. It has been talked about all season long about how amazing his second halves have been. 47.5 yards would not break the record. All right? It would still keep him under Eric Dickerson's record. That means he would have to play in the third quarter. And just how far are we willing to go? What if he's still 10 yards shy going into the fourth quarter? Are you going to play him in the fourth quarter? Duh, you're not going to keep him out at that point. It's a slippery slope, man.
Yeah, and we're talking Hall of Fame cases? Sure, but this isn't the end-all, be-all for that. It's a Super Bowl caliber team. You're going to throw that away for a ceremony some 20 years down the line? I want Saquon in the Hall. I want him to go in as an Eagle. I want him to be an all-time great. But I'm not putting that over a Super Bowl.
2,000 yards is enough for a Super Bowl case. There's 9 other guys there.
Yeah, you're right. All right, you can text it. You can call in 610-632-0975. You're Nick Sirianni. It's up to you, as Saquon said. Are you playing Saquon Barkley and all the starters in Week 18 to try to break the record? Coming up next, we'll answer that question some more with you. Also, why do some reporters feel the need to say things despite them probably not being true? I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Not only can you listen to the Fanatic,
7:47 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny out until Thursday. Our man Andrew DeCecco is going to be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour in his new expanded role with the show. Now, for the entire 8 o'clock hour on Mondays, we know that he's been doing the entire 8 o'clock hour on Fridays, and he's also going to be doing a midweek report. Unfortunately, back-to-back weeks, the holiday falls on a Wednesday. So we'll be kicking that off more so next week with our man Andrew DeCecco. Before we get to the text line about the Saquon Barkley discussion about whether or not he should play in Week 18, I got to just bring this up because I like holding people accountable in this media world that we live in. So yesterday, and I like this guy a lot, Mike Garafolo used to come on with Ant, once a week when Ant and I was doing the show together back at our midday days. And so Mikey G's a great guy. But Mikey G, he puts out a tweet yesterday when Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has the pick six and says he's back in the good graces of Eagles fans. Now, last week, if you guys remember, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was ejected. And some of us mentioned, hey, man, if he doesn't get ejected, maybe the secondary holds up more and they win against the Commanders. But that was like an in-passing comment. I don't think people were after Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
No.
I don't remember on Monday people tweeting in or calling in or texting in demanding, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to say something. Like, I, if anything, we were still confused as to why he was ejected because Fox never showed the second unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Still haven't seen it.
Right.
The only thing we saw
exist.
was him getting punched in the face and getting flagged for it, and then him walking off the field with the double birds. But I don't remember ever seeing why he was ejected. I know they did the reporter pool and all that kind of stuff.
That film's locked up like the Zapruder.
Yeah,
film. We'll get it in 50.
So
it'll be like he actually didn't do anything.
I don't remember hearing anybody extremely critical of CJGJ. We brought it up. That, man, he's got to be careful. We talked about it during the pregame show just yesterday. Hey, some of the things that you can fix before the playoffs start is, your own actions. Jalen Carter's got to be careful because you don't want to give teams 15 yards, right? That's something that you need to be careful about. But you also don't want to lose that mentality. Nobody wants Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to lower his energy. Nobody wants that. It's just he's got to be careful. And then when I see that tweet, he's back in the good graces. When was he in the bad graces?
Well, you have to consider the lens, right? Mike Garafolo works for NFL Network. He's not the local guy, so he gets sparing information. He has other stuff to focus on. And we had conversations about the reputation Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has around the league and how he's officiated, the type of player he is. And we love parts of that. And then there are parts of that build concern for Eagles fans if he takes big penalties in big moments. And I could absolutely see a world where Garafolo's lens on the situation was Eagles fans think that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has a bad reputation from the way he's taken personal foul calls in the past and are worried about that going forward. So, it's a weird tweet worded, but you have to consider it's not Jeff McClain is in the locker room every day with his team. It's a guy that is from the national perspective.
Then don't say it. If you don't know the story, then don't say it.
He's a reporter. He's going to say something.
But that's not a report.
I understand.
He didn't have to tweet out CJGJ's pick six and be like,
Nobody has to tweet anything. Tweeting is going to happen, all right? And he probably misread the situation based on the lens that he was in, and we know that not to be the case.
Yeah, that definitely was not the case. I just, look, got to hold guys accountable.
And that's fair.
He's a local guy.
You can absolutely hold him accountable. But if you're going to hold him accountable, then I'm going to give the perspective that could come from his side.
Okay.
And that's fair.
All right, Gunnar, what do we have on the text line about our Saquon Barkley? Have we gotten a tweet or a text that has not been Saquon Barkley? Like just overall celebration of the Eagles win? Because I doubt it.
Not much.
Yeah, I didn't think so. All right, what are they saying about Saquon?
Yeah, we got a first-time texter, David from Jersey, saying, you guys have changed my mind. I wanted Saquon to beat the record, but Connor brought up a good point. The Giants have nothing to lose.
That's
also,
right.
Could the Giants still be mad about the Eagles falling over to Washington a couple of years ago? That plays something into it?
It's a totally different coaching staff and a lot of different players.
But these organizations are not friends. And the idea that Saquon and the Giants are friendly because he was a great teammate there. No, by the way, point CT. Thank you. I appreciate that, David.
How come he gets the credit?
I'm making good points.
I had the whole eloquent, reasoning why he should not play, and he gets the credit for it. It's unbelievable. No, but look, I understand yesterday in the heat of the moment when we're celebrating the feat.
Right.
And me putting out the tweet of he should not go for the record, people are going to get upset because that's the in the moment, right?
I even get it today. Like, because some people are waking up today like, what a damn day we had and how great is Saquon Barkley. But you got to come around on this as the week progresses.
And I wonder if more people will, right? I do wonder that. And look, we'll see what the players say, what the coaches say throughout the week. Nick Sirianni said yesterday during the press conference, I need to see how the games go tonight. That was the Minnesota game. Because the Vikings beat the Packers, there is no more mountain to climb for the Eagles. The Eagles are at the 2 seed, and that's it. So I'm curious to hear what Nick Sirianni has to say today during his day after press conference, now that he knows what happened. Now, I imagine he's going to say something to, I'm going to talk to my veteran, leaders on this team, and we'll talk this one out. He may already have a decision, but won't put it out there for a couple of days. And don't give me if I hear competitive advantage,
he's gonna say it.
If I hear him say competitive advantage for a meaningless Week 18 game, I might vomit on the spot. But it might happen. But yeah, I mean, look. Now that people are maybe less emotional about it, I hope people can realize that the bigger picture is the Super Bowl. And the bigger picture is not an individual accomplishment. As amazing as it would be, as much as we would celebrate it. I had a guy yesterday saying, if he does play and he breaks it, you're not allowed to celebrate. I can celebrate all I want.
Stop me.
I can give you an opinion that I believe is the right one. My belief is that the risk of him playing in Week 18 in a meaningless game is not totally worth it. And for anybody that says, well, it could ruin the locker room, what are you talking about? And how do you know? You know what? We can ask the locker room man himself coming up next, because Andrew DeCecco is in studio for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We'll ask him. Obviously, the players want to go for it. But if they decide that they're not going for it, will this cause some sort of ripple effect in the locker room? Andrew will be the one to answer it, because Andrew's the one that actually is in the locker room on a daily basis. If you want to continue to climb in on this debate, you can at 610-632-0975. And because Andrew is with us for the entire hour, if you just have any overall football questions when it comes to the Eagles for Mr. DeCecco, feel free to start sending them in now. B-Gun will put them aside, and we'll get to them throughout the hour. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Welcome to the 2,000-Yard Club. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bet365. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. The Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC East title for the second time in 3 seasons, but that was not the main story of the day. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000-yard rushing mark for the season. He's just the 9th running back in NFL history to hit that marker. He's now just 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. After the game, Saquon Barkley spoke about hitting that 2,000-yard marker.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect, and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot.
After the results yesterday, the Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed in the NFC after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday afternoon. So the Birds are going to be hosting a game during Wild Card Weekend down at the Link. Playing a game tonight, though, that's the Sixers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off for tonight's game is at 10 p.m. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they fell last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Happy holidays from the Fanatic family to yours.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo from 97.5.
Presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com. I'm Andrew Salciunas with Connor Thomas, who's filling in for John Kincade today. But it's a football Monday, and it's an 8 o'clock hour, which means we're now also joined for the entire hour from Inside the Birds and, of course, here on 97.5 The Fanatic, our man Andrew DeCecco. Andrew, good morning. What's up, brother?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
We are doing great. Obviously, as you can imagine, the majority of today's conversation has been about Saquon Barkley and whether or not he should play in Week 18. But let's put that on hold for a second. You were there yesterday, as you are every single week, covering the games. That was just pure dominance, man.
It sure was. And a lot of players over the past couple of weeks have referred to that game as a hat and T-shirt game. That's a commonly used phrase. But they also mentioned that, yeah, we're going to appreciate the moment and not look past it or and minimize the accomplishment. But we had bigger goals. And that sort of ties into what you and Connor have been talking about throughout the morning. But it was very upbeat. It was jovial, but they know that they're just beginning their mission. There's a lot left to. There's many more weeks to this. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles,
and that's one of my big points that I've been making about Saquon Barkley, why he should not play on Sunday, is they keep on doing this message of this isn't the goal. The NFC East wasn't the goal. The bigger picture, the bigger picture, the bigger picture. Why are we all of a sudden going to have a different opinion on something else? On one individual incredible accomplishment.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But if we're talking bigger picture for the team, it should stay throughout the team that the bigger picture is a playoff run and hopefully a Super Bowl parade.
Yeah, and we're going to have plenty of debate on the Saquon thing, not just today, but like all week. I know you're in with me tomorrow, Andrew, because Salciunas has to take the day off.
Some daycare stuff. Yeah.
Hey, listen, daddy
family stuff, man,
comes first. But we're going to have this debate all week. It's kind of weird. I just had this thought, like, while you were talking about the game and thinking back on everything that happened. You know how weird, like, the Washington game was? This was almost impressive in the same way, in that you barely got the offense on the field in the first quarter. The only reason the score wasn't a shutout in favor of the Cowboys was because of the pick six, which, like, that's a big play, but, like, the offense didn't really have stuff going at the end of the first quarter. That's 25% of the football game. You had your backup, and then your backup gets hurt, and you have your third-string quarterback for part of it, and you're playing a team that had won, 4 of their last 5 games, and you're in a situation where you beat them 41-7. Like, you beat them that comfortably with all those things. The Cowboys' offense was moving the football early in the first quarter against the Eagles' defense. Like, the bend, don't break was on display. Like, all the factors that were against the Eagles, and they won that game so comfortably with their eyes closed, is insane.
With 2 backup quarterbacks.
Yes.
And Connor, I really think that speaks to their focus and their commitment to what the game plan was. And they didn't deviate from that. They didn't shy away. And they obviously opened the playbook for Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee when he came in. But that just shows you, and I think it underscores how dominant the Philadelphia Eagles are. And they were missing the critical piece in Jalen Hurts. So I think that will be momentum that they can carry over, whether it be Week 18 or in the postseason, Week 1.
So what would you say to somebody, maybe his name's Connor, about the defense was really good, but the Cowboys' offense is also the Cowboys' offense, so maybe we shouldn't get too excited just yet. I'm thrilled by how that defense looked yesterday, regardless of Cooper Rush. And look, I get it. No CeeDee Lamb's a big loss for them, but you still can be dominant, or you could look bad against those guys, and then we'd freak out that they looked bad.
No, I think you have every right to be bullish on the defense. And really, when you look at it, Andrew, 4 turnovers, that's nothing to sneeze at.
No.
And all you can do is take care of the opponent who's in front of you, and that was dominance. That's the Eagles' defense that we've all seen over that 10-game win streak, and they returned to form, as we've all talked about and speculated throughout the week. Would they come back to form against the Cowboys? And they did. They answered the bell. It wasn't pretty early on. I thought it was curious to see Cooper Rush target Quinyon Mitchell early in that game. but they steadied the ship. C.J. Gardner-Johnson came and stepped up in a huge way and came through with 2 interceptions. So, I mean, I think that across the board, even some of the reserves, they played with their hair on fire when they got their opportunities, and there wasn't much that Dallas could do.
By the way, the real locker room problem is C.J. Gardner-Johnson stealing interceptions for Quinion Mitchell.
It's happened 3 times.
He said he apologized
3 times this year. There was one right before his first chance. It was literally falling in his hands. I remember Chauncey Gardner-Johnson came in and just tackled him from behind.
He's a ball hawk,
because
baby.
he was also going for the football.
But my point with the defense is just I'm not going to react to this like I did the win over the Ravens and that defensive performance, because that's one of the most high-powered offenses in the NFL. I'm not saying don't enjoy what the defense did. I just I'm not looking at this as this is the remarkable seminal performance by the Philadelphia Eagles defense, but it is a big-time steady the ship after Washington. Remind everybody how good you are. You're not playing the greatest offense in the world, but it was an impressive game in a vacuum for the Philadelphia Eagles defense.
Right, but when you're playing an anemic offense like the Cowboys have, if you're this top defense, which the Eagles are, you need to see that dominance.
That's true.
Yeah,
and I don't think that they needed it from a confidence standpoint, but I think there may have been some trepidation as to the legitimacy of that defense from you guys. You guys see it all day.
See it all the time.
Calls, texts, but no, they're the real deal, and they proved it. Look, they took care of business as they should have.
9 turnovers now in the last 2 games, and it's crazy that they're 1-1 in those 2 games because they lost to the Commanders. But 9 turnovers in the last 2 games. You think about last year and how bad it was. They couldn't force a turnover. Is that the talent? Is that Vic Fangio? Obviously, it's a little bit of both. But what's one of the biggest differences from last year's defense to this year's defense? Not just dominance in terms of points allowed. I'm talking about being ball hawks and punching out footballs and picking up fumbles. What's the biggest difference in your mind?
Well, from my view, Andrew, it's talent for one, but it's also coaching, what they're being taught. If you notice, every time that there's a ball carrier, they're looking to get the ball out. They're using that Charles Tillman peanut punch. And that's something they take a lot of pride in. C.J. Gardner-Johnson spoke about that they're number 1 in the NFL over X amount of weeks in terms of forcing turnovers like that and being violent and being intentional with how they approach ball carriers. And that all comes from coaching from each of their position groups, but also a point of pride. And I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson and someone like a Nakobe Dean, and those guys are tone setters, and that starts with them, and that's something that they really make a point of emphasis throughout the week.
I'll tell you what else, just from my perspective too, I think it's confidence in the other guys around them, because when you're doing that punch out, right, sometimes it's not the greatest form tackle. You'll see guys every once in a while play for the ball, not play for the guy that they should be tackling. The next thing you know, that guy's free in space because this Eagles defense knows that if they take a chance to jump a route, to try and punch the football out, to go after a turnover and try and make a big play, there's somebody else behind them that's in the spot that they're supposed to be in, which gives you the ability to play freer and play the ball more.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with communication and chemistry, but yeah, make no mistake, that's what they're being taught, and they're going out there and they're executing that at a high level. And turnovers tend to come in bunches, as a lot of players will tell you, and that certainly is the case right now.
All right, Andrew, let's try to unpack the Saquon situation. All right, first off, let me get this. Let's get the happy stuff out of the way first. How cool was it for you, as a guy covering the Eagles, to cover a season where the running back rushed for over 2,000 yards?
Yeah, it was awesome. It's awesome to be a part of history, to be able to cover a part of history, and to see it play out. Because you've seen the preparation from the spring through the training camp and then through the regular season. You see how he works.
I still remember them working
players.
Not during OTAs. Remember there was the gap between OTAs and training camp?
Yeah.
Jalen and Saquon were working out with some of the younger players.
Exactly. So I think when you, in the full context of everything, when you see the finished product, and obviously this season's still going, but you know what I mean, to see it manifest in 2,000 yards and to be able to cover it from pillar to post, I thought was pretty special. I know there are a lot of people who feel the same way. And now the conversation becomes, what do the Eagles do? Do they let them continue to chase the record book, or are they going to play it safe?
So what is Andrew DeCecco doing? You're Nick Sirianni. All right, that's what I'm asking the audience. Everybody is putting their Nick Sirianni visor on today. You have the Italian flag on it and everything. And it's time to make the decision. Should I play Saquon Barkley and everybody else that also has to play? Because I need people to realize that. I've been making that very clear. Saquon Barkley is not running behind a line of Fred Johnson and Tyler Steen and who else? Who's not even dressing these days?
Nick Gates. Trevor Keegan,
right,
the rookie.
No, he's dressing behind the starting offensive line, so that means they're continuing to play. Jalen Hurts is probably playing. A.J. Brown's playing. So it's time to make the decision. You're Nick Sirianni, Mr. DeCecco. Are you playing Saquon Barkley in the starters, or are you using Week 18 as the unofficial bye week going into the playoffs?
Yeah, that's going to be a no from me, Andrew. There's no way I'm putting Saquon out there. Look, the goal for the Eagles is to win a Super Bowl. Along the way, Saquon Barkley was on track to accomplish something great. But 2,000 yards, let's not overlook that. Let's not minimize that. There's only 9 players in NFL history that have done that. Saquon's now 8th in NFL history in rushing. That's great. But now I think preservation and getting guys rest for Week 18 should be the primary objective, especially when you're looking at a Green Bay Packers team that you could be facing. And, I mean, they're a pretty formidable opponent. So I think that if the mission, and they've talked a lot about this throughout the season, if the mission is a deep playoff run, then you have to prioritize that and not be short-sighted. And let's not forget, last season in the season finale, A.J. Brown suffered a knee injury. Sidney Brown suffered a season-ending injury. And you're facing a Giants team that they're gonna feel some type of way about Saquon Barkley trying to get that rushing record there, and you worry about some chippiness and maybe some dirty plays. I just don't think it's worth the risk.
So you've made a couple of our points. Connor mentioned the Giants players that have nothing to lose. God forbid, there's just a young guy that's trying to make a name for himself, right? I mentioned A.J. Brown and Sidney Brown. I didn't want them to play in Week 18 last year. So it's not like I then did hindsight once he got hurt. I did not want them to play because I thought the best thing for that team last year that was in shambles was maybe going into the playoffs healthier than the Bucs would be the best thing for them. It wasn't the case. You lost your number one wide receiver. Saquon Barkley has already rushed for 19 more carries than he ever has in a single season in his career, 295 in 2022. It's at 314 now. Obviously, we've talked about the O-line. Everybody would have to play. And the big one for me is that he's averaging 47.5 yards per first half. There are a lot of people that are just under this mindset that the Giants stink, which they do. It's going to be easy. He'll get it done in the first half. What if he doesn't?
He only had 40 yards at the half yesterday. It was tough sledding, so there's no guarantee. You may have to play the whole game if you want him to get the one-on-one.
And by the way, what would the other team know that you're doing?
Yeah,
the other team knows. If Saquon Barkley's playing on Sunday, the Giants will go, oh, he's playing to try to get the record. So what are they going to do? All of a sudden have a dime package? No. They're gonna have 4 down linemen. They're gonna have guys up in the box to try to stop Saquon Barkley. Everybody will know what they're trying to do.
And then you worry about a young player rose-bowling it and trying to, add a little extra to certain tackles. You worry about Jalen Hurts, putting him in harm's way. I know that everyone's going to say, well, you can get hurt in the playoffs too. Yeah, but the objective is to get to the playoffs. Get there healthy. Use that Week 18 as an opportunity to rest.
Look at what Detroit's dealing with.
Right.
You're healthy. This Eagles team is healthy. Dallas Goedert is going to come back for the playoff.
Right. You would be forfeiting an advantage you have over other teams right now. That's dumb to do. The margin for winning a Super Bowl is razor thin.
Am I wrong? All 22 starters, because BG was not a starter in Week 1.
Right.
All 22 starters
should be good for the postseason.
Are starting in the playoffs, or will be healthy for the playoffs.
Yeah, it appears that way.
Because Huff came back.
Well, Cooper DeJean started after the bye week.
Correct. All right, so 21 of the 22 starters. Yeah, and the only reason why DeJean wasn't was because he was hurt to start the season, and they gave Avonte Maddox a nod to start.
23 of 22 starters. Yeah. You could go the other way and say you got one more on top of what you started with. It's remarkable. And to go back to your point, Andrew, about the 2,000-yard mark, and how incredible of an accomplishment that is. 9 dudes in the history of professional football have ever rushed for that amount in an NFL season. 12 people have walked on the moon. Less people have rushed for 2,000 yards than have walked on the surface of the moon. It's an incredible accomplishment. It's one that we may never see again in an Eagles jersey. And maybe that makes people say, well, why not go for everything? Because who knows if we'll ever see a season like this. The point is, you've already reached this pinnacle of what we ever imagined a running back could be, especially in the modern NFL. Celebrate this. Don't waste, don't get greedy with what's next.
I agree with you. I think the Eagles accomplished some special things along the way, including a 2,000-yard rusher. But, again, you don't want to be short-sighted. If the goal is the Super Bowl, you need your best players available. The offense runs through Saquon Barkley. And, of course, if you play Saquon Barkley, you're going to play the starting offensive line. The offensive line is the cheat code. You need everyone healthy. Landon Dickerson and Mekhi Becton have been dinged up an awful lot late in the season.
Mailata's missed time this year. Lane Johnson's missed time this year.
Yeah, good point. So they need to. I think you should take that week to rest. I don't think that you should be short-sighted and try to go for the record when the primary objective is to win a Super Bowl.
You mentioned that the goal is bigger than just the NFC East and individual awards. Here's head coach Nick Sirianni after the game talking about just that.
Big time accomplishment to win the NFC East of all the great teams that have won the NFC East in the past. So that was special. But our goals are bigger than just to win that. We want to, win our first playoff game, then win our second playoff game, and win our third, and all the way to the end. And so we'll take that one game at a time. I'll do what I think is necessary and best for the team to, put ourselves in that position. But I also am very sensitive to records and all the things there. And so we'll see how it goes. I don't know yet, but we'll always do what's best for these guys, and that could mean play them, that could mean rest them, right? It could be either one. I got to think about that.
All right, so now I want to ask you, Andrew. I asked you if you were Nick Sirianni, what would your decision be? You said no. I got a lot of pushback on social media yesterday. I understand why. Look, I need people to realize I'm not trying to be like the enemy here. I get it. People want to see history. I was at the Panthers game when Saquon broke Shady's record with my dad. That was a cool moment for me. I got to witness it in person. I watched him break Shady's record. People want to see records. People want to see individual success. It's amazing. But at the same time, sometimes you just got to think a little bit deeper than just, wow, this would be really cool. Winning a Super Bowl, you need a lot of things to go your way. And so why risk some things in a meaningless game? So do you believe, Andrew, that they will play? And if they don't play, a lot of the pushback I got on social media yesterday was, this could send a bad message through the locker room. You're in that locker room every day. Do you think the makeup of this team would react negatively if the decision was to not play Saquon?
Yeah, those comments that you got are pretty unfounded. Look, make no mistake, Saquon wants the rushing record, and so do the offensive linemen. The offensive linemen may want it more than Saquon Barkley. Yeah. They're going to be lobbying all week. But as we sit right here on Monday morning, I'm going to say I don't believe that they're going to play. Now, that could change. I don't think we're going to get any clarity early in the week, but I just don't think it makes a lot of sense, and I think the coaching staff as a collective is going to make that decision to probably not put any of the preeminent players in harm's way. By the way, Jalen Carter, he's played a ton of snaps on the defensive side, so you gotta start giving these guys the opportunity to sit it down and shut it down and get ready for the postseason run. So I just don't think it makes a lot of sense.
And here's Saquon, one more clip for you, again, because I want to put all this stuff into perspective. Yesterday, the game was out of reach in the third quarter. But Saquon kept getting the ball. 31 carries, which is the most he's had so far this season. I kind of want to see what his previous high was. Obviously, it wasn't here with the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll try to find that out for you guys. But here was Saquon Barkley after the game yesterday saying he was not coming off the field until he reached 2,000.
We definitely knew what the number was to at least get to the 2,000. And we weren't leaving this field without at least accomplishing that. And that's not the words from me. That's the words from the guys up front. So that means a lot to me. And, when you see that and, those guys are like, this needs this to get it. Let's go get it. Puts a little pressure on you too, but at the same time, it's pressure that you want.
So for just the first half, just give him the first half. If he's 50 yards shy at halftime, you just heard that. I was not coming off the field until I reached 2,000. Do you think he's coming off the field?
No. He's not coming off the field, so that may mean that he has to play 3 quarters against the Giants in a meaningless game. We now know that it will be a meaningless game. So my opinion was sort of skewed because when I was on the postgame show, the Minnesota Vikings were still playing. And there was a chance that this game could be meaningful, but it's not. So I just don't think that it makes a lot of sense right now. And I think that Nick Sirianni is going to get some pushback from his leadership and some of the offensive linemen in particular. And he has an open door policy, but I also believe that they're going to go with whatever the coach decides to go with, and they understand what the mission is, and they haven't wavered from that all season. So Saquon said it. We'll do whatever Nick suggests that we do, and that's going to be the way that it goes.
All right, in case people need to know, so 31 carries yesterday when he didn't need to, unless he was going for 2,000, which he admitted that was the case. He did not need to carry the ball 31 times for the team to succeed. Last year with the Giants, he carried the ball 36 times in one game. It was an overtime game.
Yeah, against the Jets.
The year before that, he did it 35 times against the Texans. That same season, he did it 31 times in Week 5. He has never reached 30 or more. Like, that was a lot of carries.
A lot of mileage. A lot of mileage this year.
For that one game. But you're right. For the year.
For this year, it's a lot of mileage.
It's his career high in carries.
That was the regular season swan song for Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
We will see in the postseason. Hell of a year.
And that's the right decision. And if you disagree with it, you have every right to, and I understand where a lot of you are coming from. But there's also a lot of made-up stuff, like how the locker room's going to fall apart.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's not going to happen. All right, coming up next, we'll continue this. If you have any questions for Andrew, feel free to text in or call him at 610-632-0975. You're Nick Sirianni. What is your decision? Explain why. Also, we do this every single Monday following an Eagles game. Monday morning radio host will play you some clips from Nick Sirianni's post-game press conference, and we will react to them. It is Kincade and Salciunas. John back on Thursday. Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour today, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
NFC East champs. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services, locally family-owned and operated for 150 years. Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush and homes pest-free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. The Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC East title for the second time in the last 3 seasons. That was not the story of the day, though. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000-yard rushing mark for the season, and he is just the 9th running back in NFL history to hit that marker, and he is now just 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. After the game, Saquon Barkley spoke about what it meant to hit that 2,000-yard marker.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect, and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot.
With the win yesterday and the rest of the results in the NFC, the Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed in the NFC after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday. So the Birds are set to host a home game at the Link during Wild Card Weekend in 2 weeks. Playing a game tonight, though, that's the Sixers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off is at 10 p.m., and you can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they fell last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Happy holidays from the Fanatic family.
Salciunas, Connor in for John. John will be back on Thursday. Andrew Zacheco is in with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We're reacting to yesterday's big win over the Dallas Cowboys, clinching the NFC East. And then, of course, the NFC Eagles 2 seed. Locked in, not changing. What could still change, the Vikings are right now the 1 seed in the NFC. The Lions play the 49ers tonight. If the Lions win tonight, they're back in the 1 seed, and then it comes down to that Week 18 matchup between those two teams. So either the Lions or Vikings will be the 1 seed, either the Lions or Vikings will be the 5 seed. The Eagles are the 2 seed. The Rams are the 3 seed. That's not changing, right? Because they're 10-6. I guess
that shouldn't change.
The Bucks are 9-7. If they win, Rams lose. I don't know what the tiebreaker situation is.
I was told there'd be no math or anything like that.
Did the Rams beat the Bucks? Is their head-to-head record there?
I don't know if
I'll do some research.
We'll check. By the way, the Rams are playing I think the Rams beat the Seahawks this weekend anyway, so it wouldn't even matter. But it looks like the NFC playoffs are pretty much set, except for what could go down between the Vikings and the Lions in Week 18. But as you mentioned, Andrew, there's a chance that the Eagles now play the Packers in the first round. The Packers today sit as the 7th seed. They play the Bears on Sunday, so they could win that game. And who do the Commanders play? Do we know who the Commanders play on Sunday?
Cowboys, I believe.
Oh, well,
yeah, divisional game. Yeah.
All right, so it's going to be Eagles-Packers in round 1.
Most likely.
Get ready, man.
And you need Saquon and the full gamut of weapons to be able to keep pace with Jordan Love.
Which is why you don't play Week 18.
We have a problem.
That's a really tough draw, by the way, for the first week of the playoffs.
Not just that. In-house problem here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
I know.
Ray Dunn.
We need Ray Dunn's alliance. We need that declared.
Ray's a big Jordan Love guy. You're right. We're gonna have to talk to him
the
about
conductor
this.
of the love train.
We're gonna have to make sure that he puts that aside.
We'll keep an eye on that.
All right. It is time now. We do this every single Monday following a game. The Monday morning radio host.
Now, the Monday morning radio host on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's our chance to react some more to what Nick Sirianni had to say after the game. And obviously today's been so much about Saquon Barkley. There have been some things that we have not talked much about. Like how about the performances of both Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee? Kenny Pickett yesterday, 10 of 15 for 143 yards and a touchdown. Looked a little bit better with a full week of preparation.
Absolutely.
That's
right?
good for backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, amazing what a full week of preparation can do. And by the way, on Friday, it was Tanner McKee who took most of the practice reps because Kenny Pickett was dealing with the rib injury.
Yep.
So that also explains why Tanner McKee was out there, and they gave him full confidence to zip it in there to A.J. and Devontae.
And he had 2 touchdown passes on 4 total pass attempts. Unbelievable. Here's Sirianni talking about both of them.
Those guys did a really good job coming in and playing and played really clean football. Happy with the way they prepared themselves this week and went out and performed. And so they deserve all that credit. You know, you can't go out there and play that position without the greatness of other people, and they had some greatness from other guys out there. And so, starting with their coaches, Kellen, Kevin, and Doug, really did a good job getting them ready. And then just the plays that they got from Smitty and Saquon and Grant Calcaterra and AJ and the offensive line. So it was just, that's what a team is. Team steps up in adversity and steps up and has each other's backs.
And that was an efficient game by the 2 quarterbacks, which is what I want Jalen Hurts to do. Just efficient.
Yeah.
That's it.
Were you at all surprised about how both players were able to acquit themselves in Kenny Pickett or Tanner McKee? Because I wasn't. I thought that Kenny Pickett was going to go out there with a full week.
I guess McKee stepping right in and throwing a touchdown pass, but the Cowboys were dead at that point.
Very dead.
They started handing the ball off a lot to Saquon. I was like, let McKee throw it. That's what everybody wants to see.
Right.
And he threw some dots out there.
Yes,
so
he did.
You got to give him credit.
Man.
You got to give him credit for taking advantage of his opportunity.
I owe Tanner McKee an apology because there was a text sent in the morning show group chat by me that said I need Tanner McKee to throw a bad interception so we don't have the Tanner McKee conversation all week with everyone who said he should start. My apologies, Tanner. It's not about you. But, dude, incredible work by both of them. And I said earlier, Andrew, that most impressive game plan by Kellen Moore all year, in my opinion, to do that and score 41 with 2 backup quarterbacks. They just put together such a great game plan for that.
Absolutely, and to tailor to the strengths of the players and to really stay with Kenny Pickett because early on he wasn't hitting his receivers. He was struggling a little bit, but I thought he really settled in, made some really big throws. The 34-yarder down the right sideline to Grant Calcaterra, and that 22-yarder to Devontae Smith was a drop in the bucket. Beautiful. And then the poise from Tanner McKee to go in there and sling it. I just thought it was a really good game plan. Big day for Kellen Moore.
Yes, and the hair flip by Kenny Pickett. Don't let that go unnoticed.
Great
Sunshine from California.
Nick Sirianni, here he is talking about the NFC East. Winning that is great, but time to get back to work.
It's exciting. We always want to do special things. I think winning a division is always a special thing, and then our goals are much bigger from here. I think we got special guys. It was fun celebrating in there when you're able to do this and exciting. We'll enjoy this, and then we'll get right back to work because our goals are bigger than just winning this division. But this is a hell of a division. But, again, like I said, we'll enjoy this, and let's back to work.
Our goals are bigger than just winning the division. Goals are also bigger than rushing records. Speaking of Saquon Barkley, here's Sirianni talking about just how special of a season that's been.
9 total, and I don't know all the names, but imagine they're pretty special names. Saquon's pretty special. This offensive line's pretty special. This offense is pretty special. I know that the guys were excited when that happened, and it's a cool thing to be a part of. Anytime you can be a part of something special, that's what's cool about being a part of a team.
So I'll ask you, Andrew, being the great locker room man that you are, I've asked you a couple of questions about the decision.
Sure.
How hard would it be for Sirianni? He wakes up this morning, he goes, yeah, they're not playing. But he has to walk in and tell them. How hard is that conversation? Or is it easy?
No, I think it'll be extremely tough. But he might get some pushback, but they're eventually going to go with what he says because he's the coach and he knows best. But that is a very competitive team, and that offensive line has a chance to be a part of history as well, just as much as Saquon Barkley. So they're all going to be lobbying for it, but I just don't think it's in their best interest.
Yeah, not just the line, too. Like, if he were to accomplish it, if they didn't make the decision and play him, A.J. Brown gets credit. Devontae Smith gets credit. Jalen Hurts gets credit.
The tight end, yeah.
Like, the offense,
everybody.
Like, a great offense creates great opportunity for a player that he didn't have in New York.
Well, they all go in the history books together.
Yes, but that's also why if you're going to try to go for the record, all those guys are playing.
Right.
Like, that's the thing that I think people aren't realizing, that if you're playing Saquon, you're playing everybody.
Yeah, and they by the way, they can all go in the history book together if they win a Super Bowl as well. So I think that should be the primary focus.
I would remember that more.
Everybody would.
I would remember parading on, well, maybe some of us won't remember, but I would remember the Super Bowl more. All right, here's Nick Sirianni. Play one more for you. Here he is talking about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and the big interception to start the game.
That was really big. Got momentum going early, and we didn't start off great on offense. I think we had 2 3-and-outs after that. Yeah, anytime you can create turnovers on defense, that's special. We talk a lot about it, and these guys pour everything into it. You can really see them coming after the football. And what Chauncey's so impressive about Chauncey is that when he gets his hands on the football, he finishes. That's a special talent that he has. I give a lot of credit to the coaches of them putting the players in that position. We had that play that we looked at and did in practice, and Chauncey was right there the same way. It didn't end up in an interception, but he ended up in a really good spot, and we really talked about that. So credit to the coaches for putting him in that position, but all the credit, the most credit goes to the players for making the plays in those scenarios. I just thought it was big. Chauncey responded in a big way, making big-time plays today.
That was the big one, responded in a big way because of what happened last week. Now,
and he talked about needing to grow up, and they said it's a team game, not a me game. So I thought that was the kind of mature response you would expect from one of your defensive leaders. And that interception really did turn the tide for that game.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And somebody asked him, when did you see that you were going to take the football back for a touchdown? As soon as I'll spare the call for language, but as soon as I put hands on it.
Yeah, he had nothing but green grass in front of him, which was amazing.
He's had such an impressive year. We talked for the first month of the season how he had not looked good.
He was the worst player on the Eagles defense for the first 6 weeks of the season.
He came back to an organization where he had left with not great terms with the fan base, at least, and probably some people in the organization with the way he went to Detroit. And to come back to this team, swallow your pride, play here, fight through a slow start, and now be an impact defensive player that we knew he could be. A great year by him and a great turnaround.
Yep. Both parties needed each other, definitely.
Both parties definitely needed each other. It's a great point, man. It's a match made in heaven. All right, coming up next, by the way, him being able to be coached by a guy like Vic Fangio. I look back at what was going on with Miami last year. Those guys are soft.
Man. That's simple as that. Everyone's like, what went on down there? I was like, they didn't have the same dog mentality.
Yeah, how are they doing this year? They're dying to try to get into the playoffs. That stupid Mike McDaniel, fake nerd boy.
Vic's going to push them, but they're going to be better for it, and you're seeing it.
Yep, absolutely. All right, coming up next, we'll continue talking football with our man Andrew DeCecco, our football guy. But our man Tristan Holman just sent me the tiebreaker scenario. So here's what we'll do. I'll tell you what the tiebreaker scenarios are for the other seeds. I will go through what I believe is the most logical outcome, and then we'll look at the playoff run from that. It is Kincade and Salciunas. John back on Thursday right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Real quick, and Andrew DeCecco in with us for the entire hour. You were in the locker room yesterday. How cool was it in the locker room for A.J. Brown and Tanner McKee? Because the moment A.J. Brown catches Tanner McKee's first career touchdown pass, and he just yeets it out into the crowd. Really cool of the guy. I tried hitting him up on Instagram. Let me double check his name. I think his name was Driscoll, because I'm thinking of Jack Driscoll. His name's Pat Driscoll. Pat was the fan that caught it and then exchanged the A.J. Brown signed jersey for the football.
That would have been cool if he called in when we were doing this hour.
It would have been cool. Maybe somebody could get to Pat and tell him to call in.
Also, a great play by him, like milking the moment with the flex. And like you should always do that. If you're a fan and you get your moment, make the most of it.
It's a savvy move.
But how cool is that for locker room chemistry, right? And we've been talking about how the chemistry in this locker room has been great, except for 1 week. The locker room chemistry has been great. How cool of that is that moment for players?
It's huge. And for AJ to have the presence of mind to do that, I think that speaks to his character and leadership. And to kind of set the scene here for Tanner McKee about how much that moment meant to him, there was hordes of people outside of his locker looking to talk to him. He was like a kid in a candy store talking about the moment, growing up as a young kid, envisioning that. And you could just tell how much that opportunity, that moment meant to him. And obviously the gesture from AJ. So I just thought that kind of speaks to the team camaraderie and chemistry
Dude,
they have.
I was dying, though, because it wasn't like a hand it to the kid in the front row. AJ Brown threw that to like the 300 level.
How was...
well, he played baseball.
He did.
Got an arm. Ole Miss, baby.
How was Kenny Pickett post-game? Because it sucks for him, right? Like, obviously, he won. He's the starting quarterback. He had his moment with the rushing touchdown. You know he wanted to finish that game on the field.
Definitely. And he drilled that pass into AJ, and he took a nasty hit, aggravated the ribs. And with the score like that, he was never going to come back into that game. But I thought that he showed a lot of toughness and grit, and that really resonates with his teammates. They had a lot of respect. Lane Johnson spoke about his toughness, Jordan Mailata, countless players across the locker room. You know he wanted to finish that game as a competitor, and I thought that he really did a nice job, especially through a whole week where there was a lot of skepticism. Should he be the starter? Can they get it done with him at the helm? I think he answered those.
Is Justin Fields
good?
Talk?
Yeah, Justin Fields. Is he good for like next week? What was he like as far as?
A good question. So I saw him walking around the locker room, and if he does a post-game interview, he was at the podium. So that's usually a good sign that they're at least able to manage the pain. We'll have to see what that means. I think he should be available for next week. And
but if he's, I'm taking the same mentality with Pickett.
Tanner McKee.
I would.
McKee's my starter.
Eagles,
Ian Book's the second string, and Pickett can be my emergency quarterback.
If I were the Eagles, knowing how valuable the backup quarterback is,
yes,
I would start Tanner McKee and then have Ian Book elevated this week to take on the second half.
McKee might be too good because you want to lose this game to hurt the Giants' draft pick. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, you want to lose this game to hurt the Giants' draft profile, which they did themselves.
They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about winning the game.
Tell Tanner McKee to tank.
Put Ian Book in.
All right, so our man Tristan Homan sent us the tiebreaker scenarios for the rest of the NFC teams. So if Tampa were to win on Sunday and the Rams were to lose and they had an identical record, Tampa would be the 3 seed because of the win percentage in the conference. But the Rams would have to lose, Tampa Bay would have to win, and the Rams are playing the Seahawks, who are eliminated. So what I'm going to do here, and by the way, Washington, Green Bay, Washington has the leg up on them based off of the win percentage inside the conference. Most logical scenario is Eagles 2 seed, Rams 3 seed, Bucks 4 seed. Lions Vikings is still a toss-up, so I did one of each side. So Lions, Eagles, Rams, Bucks, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. That means the most logical scenario, if things just go chalk, the Eagles would play the Packers in the first round of the playoffs. If the Eagles were to beat the Packers, which I would expect them to, they would be playing the winner of the Rams and Commanders. I think the Rams win that game.
You do?
I do. I think the battle-tested Rams, obviously Super Bowl champion. They got a lot of weapons offensively. Their defense is playing a lot better recently, except for the Bills game. But that's the Bill. I mean, that Josh Allen's going to win the MVP. I think the Rams could beat the Commanders, and that means the Eagles would play the Rams in the second round of the playoffs.
I kind of like that matchup for Philadelphia.
I do too.
They beat them soundly the first time. But, yeah, I think to your point, Andrew, it really speaks to the experience. I think you take Matthew Stafford over Jaden Daniels in that moment. So, yeah, that would make some sense.
I hate the Green Bay Packers matchup, by the way. Like, the Eagles are the better team. They should win that game. I expect them to win that game. But, like, of all the teams you could have gotten, getting a cold weather team in Green Bay coming to the Lincoln, that's a good football team.
They keep Josh Jacobs to 80 yards rushing because of the beasts up front. Then what?
I got you. Listen, no, the Eagles still win that football game. But as far as, like, divisional round draws that you can get,
tough.
or, like, wild card round draws that you can get, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's tough. That's going to put the defense to the test, and the Eagles can ill afford any sort of slip-up. The margin for error will be razor thin.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Andrew, great job as always, man. We appreciate it. What's the schedule for you this week? Because we got some time off for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
So tonight I'll be back here doing the Birds Insider Report from 6 to 7.
Nice.
I'm co-hosting with Connor tomorrow, the morning show. Kincade Salciunas, and I will be lead hosting Best Show Ever on Thursday.
Oh, wow. All right. So busy week, and then you're with us on Friday.
And then I'm with you guys on Friday. So, yeah, it's a full week. I'm looking forward to it.
A lot of Andrew DeCecco this week, which is amazing, as the Eagles are locked in as the 2 seed with one regular season game left to be played. Coming up next for the 9 o'clock hour, we get back to your texts and your calls and the debate about whether or not Saquon Barkley should play on Sunday. We've heard more people so far today in favor of playing Saquon and all of the starters, because you're not just playing Saquon by himself. Let's see what people are saying in the 9 o'clock hour. And I want to show some more love to the defense, because what we have seen from 1 year, the turnaround from 2023 to 2024, it's been spectacular. So we'll show some love to the defense coming up next as well. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Saquon goes for 2,000. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety. Did you know driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Drive high, get a DUI. A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety. The Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC East title for the second time in the last 3 seasons. That was not the story of the day, though. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000 rushing yard mark for the season. He's just the 9th running back in NFL history to eclipse that marker, and he now just needs 101 yards to break Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record set for the last 40-plus years. After the game, Saquon Barkley spoke about hitting that marker.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect, and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot.
With the win yesterday and the rest of the results around the NFL, the Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed in the NFC after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday. So the Eagles are going to be hosting a game down at the Link during Wild Card Weekend in 2 weeks. Playing a game tonight, though, that's the Sixers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off for tonight's games at 10 p.m. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they lost last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5 TheFanatic.com.
Happy holidays from the Fanatic family to yours.
Ho, 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 sports fan.
A Victory Football Monday presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. The Eagles are NFC East champions. 19 years now since the last time we've seen back-to-back champions in the NFC East. They said it during the broadcast yesterday. I don't know if you caught it. Do you know the next longest active streak in the NFL out of any division?
I don't, but let me try and think here a little bit. It can't be the AFC East because Brady. It can't be the... Is it the NFC North?
Oh, I don't know what division. I just know the amount of years. I can double-check that.
4.
Gunner?
3.
3 is correct. Congratulations, you win nothing.
Ding, 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 ding.
But yeah, 3 years is now the second longest active streak of no back-to-back division titles. 19 in the NFC East. That's just wild.
And for a division with like teams that have stunk, right? Like the Giants have had a long stretch of not being competitive. The Commanders had a long stretch of not being competitive.
We talked about this on pregame 2 weeks ago. The Commanders won a division in this division a couple of years ago with 7 wins. It's been weird.
The NFC East is weird, man. Sometimes you look at it and you like think stuff seems weird in Philadelphia sports, but I'm sure weird stuff happens elsewhere.
It's weirder here.
No. We just live in a weird sports life.
It's weirder here than anywhere else. It's unbelievable. All right. Let's get back to our texts and our calls. You can text in or call on 610-632-0975. Later on this segment, I want to give a lot of love to the defense, the difference between 2023 and 2024. Differences. There's been a lot of them. But this Eagles defense, again, yesterday, just being dominant against, I know it was Cooper Rush and the CeeDee Lamb-less Cowboys, but 41-7 is 41-7. 4 turnovers is 4 turnovers. 9 turnovers in the last 2 weeks is unbelievable. But obviously, our main question today, you're Nick Sirianni. It is time to make the decision. Saquon Barkley plays or does not play on Sunday. And again, this is not me adding to it. Saquon Barkley would not play just by himself. Everybody else would play. Jalen, the offensive line, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, everybody that has been out there from the beginning would be out there because you also want your best linemen. You want your best blockers so that it could happen quicker. 47.5 yards per first half this year for Saquon Barkley. He needs 101 to break it. Odds are, if I just go based off of math, he would have to go into the second half. And a lot of people keep on telling me, well, I would risk it just for the first half. I wouldn't risk it, period. But it's kind of naive to say it's a lock that it happens in the first half when the numbers tell you it's not. And oh, by the way, if you're the Giants, as much as you might stink, you know what Saquon and the Eagles would be trying to accomplish.
Right. There's no hiding what the game plan would be. Now, one thing, just for perspective on this, if we've got to be fair, because you and I are on the same side of this argument, we are not playing Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I get it.
There is precedence with this team that the offensive starters playing wouldn't mean the defensive starters would play because there was a preseason game where there was this torrential downpour. Yep, not drizzled. But the field was wet and the defense played and the offense didn't. So Vic Fangio could easily say, hey, I'm not playing any of my guys. You do what you want on the offensive side of the ball. So if someone wants to make that argument, there is fact to back that up from earlier this season with this team. It doesn't make a difference to me. Still not playing Saquon. Still not playing any starters.
Yeah, possible. All right, 610-632-0975 for you to answer the question. Let's go to the phones first. Let's go to Ron in Allentown. What's up, Ron?
Hey, it's Ron in Allentown.
Hey, Ron in Allentown. How you doing?
Good. So up until September, my family lived in Whitehall. Like, we would run into Saquon. He took time to talk to us. We worked at the same gym. Took pictures with us. Signed a football for my dad.
Nice.
All that being said, I'm 1,000% no way do we go for that record.
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be amazing for him. Like, a lot of people yesterday when, I was first tweeting out about it, well, how do you think Saquon would feel about it? I'm sure he would feel amazing about it. But that's not the point. Like, I would love to, I don't know, take 6 weeks of vacation starting right now. My boss can say, no.
Yeah.
Like, it might be great for me, but my boss could say no.
It's an emotional decision. Like, if I always say, I'm a retired cop. I always told my guys, emotions don't make good decisions. Nick Sirianni is a glaring example of emotions not making good decisions, which kind of scares me because he might say, hey, let's go for this. But you don't get a Lombardi for setting the single-season rushing record.
No, and it's not a guarantee that he would get hurt, right? And thanks for the call, Ron, and thank you for your service. It's not a guarantee that he gets hurt. It's also not a guarantee that he comes out of the game healthy.
Yeah.
And so it goes back to I'll use the actual football thing. It goes back to the Falcons game. Yes, if Saquon catches that ball, it's a touchdown. They win the game. But what if he doesn't catch it? Clock stops. Now the Falcons have extra time on the clock. Blah, 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 blah. Doesn't guarantee that the Falcons would score and win, but there's a chance.
Unnecessary risk. You try and avoid it.
Correct. This would be a total unnecessary risk. Other than trying to have somebody accomplish history, which is cool, which is amazing, which I would celebrate if he were to get it and come out healthy and be ready to go for the playoffs. But there's a chance that those things don't happen. And so I can't base my opinion based off of what if it does work out. I need to take everything into account. And losing Saquon Barkley to injury because you played him in a meaningless game to try to accomplish something that is spectacular is not worth the risk for me.
Yeah, now, we're just a couple dudes chatting, and we've all had this happen as dumb guys in our younger life or maybe current life. We've all made a decision where it's like, this is a dumb decision, but I'm going to do it because maybe something cool happens. And sometimes you get out of that situation completely unscathed, and everything goes fine, and things are great. Saquon Barkley sets the all-time rushing record. Sometimes you run headfirst through a sign and get stitches in your head. Not that I'm speaking from experience. There's no reason to take stupid, unnecessary risk. This is not a Madden team. This is not your fantasy team. This is the Philadelphia Eagles with a Super Bowl caliber season on the line, and it's not worth risking that for something that would be a footnote. I'm telling you right now, in 20 years, when we look back on the season, if both of those things happen, Saquon beats the rushing record by Eric Dickerson, and the Eagles win the Super Bowl, the rushing record would be a footnote on the 2024-2025 Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl winning season.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
The only reason why we would recognize it is if they lost the Super Bowl. If that would be the first. It's like the 2022 Phillies. Harper, the
swing of his life.
If the Phillies won the World Series, that would not be the first thing we talk about. But they lost the World Series, so that's the first thing. The bat spike, all that kind of stuff.
And guess what? Does that make you feel good? I mean, I guess a little bit, but it doesn't make you feel as good as winning.
I get warm and fuzzies, and then I remember they lost. Whereas if it was the Super Bowl, I wouldn't go, damn, I wish they won the Super Bowl and he broke the record. Right. No, I would only be happy about the Super Bowl. Let's go to my man, Dr. Russ. Dr. Russ, what's up, brother?
What's up, Andrew? Hi, guys. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, brother.
So the NFL, we know this is a war of attrition. We've been very blessed as a team, very limited guys getting dinged up. My heart says, let him get it. Let him get it. Give him a quarter or two. And then my head says, knowing what I know, rest him up and try to get this Lombardi. And, when you said that Lane, all these guys got to play. So it is increasing risk. And these guys walk out on the field, trip over something, they get hurt. So let's spare them and try to get this Lombardi, keep them healthy.
And the thing is, Doc, it's not like I'm going far back. I'm going back basically 1 year to the day when A.J. Brown played in a game that didn't matter, and he got hurt and then was unavailable for the playoffs. And I get it. That team was in shambles. This team has, there's better things happening. But if Saquon gets hurt, you mean to tell me that they're going to be fine? The offense runs through him.
Yep. Yeah, you're the voice of reason, my man. You wised me up today.
You're the man.
I was getting irrational there, trying to be impulsive, but we got to spare this kid. He's great, and he's for us. He's not for him. He said, let him eat.
Damn right, Dr. Russ. You're the man, Doc. It was good to see you the other day. Got to check out the band Monty.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a family band.
Oh, love
Even
that.
his kids. It's tremendous.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. When I was at Screwballs the other day at King of Prussia, they were there playing.
Oh, man.
And I've known Dr. Russ through doing the work. I didn't know that he was we walked. I was like, oh, my God.
Talented people, man.
Yeah,
That's a great thing. And here's the thing, right? Dr. Russ, our last caller there, was talking about I was irrational. Thank you for reasoning this out. It's okay to beat the Cowboys 41-7, win the NFC East, have a running back go for 2,000 yards on a season, something we've never seen before from a Philadelphia Eagles running back, and only from 8 other players in NFL history, and be irrational. There were a lot of people thinking a lot of irrational things yesterday after that game. You just have to start to process it now. What are you putting at risk? Is it worth it? And very clearly it is not.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it to you guys earlier. I totally understand where people are coming from, right? Records are cool, man. I close my eyes and I can picture myself staying up late at night getting yelled at by my parents because I wanted to see Bonds try to break the record, break Hank Aaron's record. That stuff's awesome, and that had nothing to do with Philadelphia. This is the Eagles. And there was one guy that was getting extremely nasty yesterday, which, whatever. You want to be an ass face, you give me an ass face. He was also a Penn State fan. So, it was the Penn State and Eagles fan, Saquon Barkley, is going for the all-time rushing record. I understand where you're coming from. You've probably been a Saquon Barkley fan since he was a little kid. We had the guy, the caller, that knew him from his time in Whitehall, right? I get it. That's amazing. And records are cool. And being able to say, I watched that. That's another, I was at the game when Embiid went off for 70. I could say that I was there.
Yeah.
I was at the game when Saquon beat Shady's record. Really cool that I could say I was there. There are a lot of people that wouldn't be there but could say, I was watching it with my dad. I was watching it with my son. I watched my player make all-time history. I understand why that's cool. But, man, if he gets hurt, was it worth it?
Yeah, and Saquon doesn't die if he doesn't get this record, right? It's not like Saquon is gone and will never play football again unless he beats Eric Dickerson's record. He's going to play football again in another week on a huge stage. And this is a team with Super Bowl aspirations and a Super Bowl caliber team. There's a very real chance with the way this team plays football, if they are to make it to the Super Bowl, that Saquon Barkley could be the second Eagles player in history to hoist the Super Bowl MVP trophy. I don't know if they actually have a trophy, but be the first one to touch the Lombardi. He could be the Super Bowl MVP. Wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be pretty cool.
There's so many. He's got more years as a Philadelphia Eagle. There are more accomplishments to come for Saquon Barkley. This is not the end-all, be-all. This is a great opportunity that you need to say, we're going to pass on this one for bigger things.
Yep. All right, we've had a couple of callers that are in favor of sitting. We have an opposite one. Let's go to Rob on the cell. I want to talk this out with Rob. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, listen, my thing is, this is history for him.
Yep.
I mean, how many? It's 40 years, which means it doesn't happen often that a guy gets this close. I mean, we're all putting all these things on when he gets hurt. I mean, he's been healthy. He's trained himself. He's disciplined his body. He's done everything he needs to do to be at this point.
And that's why I've said numerous times today, Rob, there is a scenario where he goes out there, breaks the record, he's totally fine, and you're ready to go for the playoffs. But there's also a world where something catastrophic happens, or even just a tweaked ankle which slows him down a step, and he's not as explosive. And this offense, let's not forget, the 10-game winning streak that they went on, Jalen Hurts threw the ball in one of them. It was leading with the run. So imagine if, heaven forbid, something were to happen to him in a meaningless game because you're chasing a record, and now all of a sudden you're not as explosive offensively for the playoffs.
I just don't see that. I don't see the O-line letting that happen. I don't see...
What do you mean, Rob, what do you mean letting that happen?
Dude, Kenny Pickett fell down yesterday on Mekhi Becton's leg, and he had to leave the game. It's anything can happen in football when it comes to injuries. What if he gets tackled late on the sideline? It's not Lane Johnson goes, yeah, you know what? I want him to get hurt this play. That's not how it works.
No. I understand it, but what I'm saying is that I think within the confines of the game, you had to try to stack 8 in the box and things like that, but he still made it to his 2,000-yard record. If that wasn't important, they would have taken him out because they knew he had 40-some-odd yards to get.
Yeah, so now you want to play him again, and now you're going to play every starter as well because that also goes into play. It's not just going to be Saquon out there.
So let's say, look, last week he had, 106 yards in the first quarter against the Commanders?
Yes.
So let's say he has a first quarter like that. Say, listen, we got.
Then he breaks the record and he's done.
And he's done. He's done for the day. Yeah, pull him out.
Yeah, or it continues the average, and thanks for the call, man, the average of 47.5 yards per first half this year.
Yeah, like he could have 70 at halftime. And then you know what you're doing?
Still needs 31.
You're not pulling him out of that game because you've already played him for 2 quarters. And you're going to then have to say, oh, we gave you the first half and you're 30 yards away. You're going to have a mutiny on your hands from the offensive line if you have him 30 yards away and you don't do that. Like, just don't even open the door for the opportunity for you to have to make rash decisions in the course of a game, mind you. You have a week to think this through rationally. You shouldn't play.
And oh, by the way, like, I get it. He's trained his body, blah, blah, blah. Let's not act like he's played fully healthy every single season.
Yeah, I didn't really want to bring that up because I don't want to put anything into the universe.
Put it. But say it. There could be a chance that he gets hurt if he plays in a meaningless game.
Yes.
There's a chance that he could have gotten hurt yesterday. There's a chance that he could have gotten hurt in week 4, right? And none of these things happen. There's a chance that anybody that steps on the field, on Lincoln Financial Field this Sunday at 1 o'clock against the New York Giants, anybody could get hurt.
Hurts got concussed a week ago. Like, if that happens to Saquon Barkley in Week 18, there's a good chance he is unavailable for a big matchup against the Packers where it's win or go home in the wild card round of the NFL playoff.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, it's not he's 1 yard away. He's 100. So that's beautiful that, Rob has the thought of, well, he just rushed for over 100 yards in the first quarter against the Commanders. All right. What if he rushes for 15?
Yeah, do you just keep trotting him out there? You give him 31 more carries?
No.
You burn this guy out before you actually play meaningful football games? Like, it just, on no level does it make sense rationally. The only argument that you're going to make is an emotional one, and that's not the right way to handle this.
No. You have to sometimes think bigger picture. I know how cool it would be. I've made that very clear today. It would be very, very cool. But what's the smart decision? The smarter decision is to get an extra week of rest because they did not get the 1 seed. If anyone is just tuning in and saying, well, they still have a chance, no, they do not. I warned you going into this week that they weren't going to get the 1 seed. They're officially out of contention for the 1 seed, which means they are officially out of contention for a bye week, which means they will have been playing every single week since week 5 of the NFL season when they had the bye week. That was October 13th when they played the Browns. That was the week after. So their last bye week was the first week of October. October, guys.
Yeah.
This is a grueling sport, a physical sport. It's been 3 months since they've had a week off. You have a gift in front of you that this Week 18 game means nothing. So use it as a bye week that you would not get in the playoffs. And if you don't use it just because you're chasing for a record, you are setting yourself up for what could be the worst possible outcome. And don't give me the whole, don't put it out there. No, you have to take all of that stuff into account. There is major risk in playing him in a meaningless game. Or normal risk, I should say.
Yeah, just
average risk.
But average risk is too much risk. You can have 0. 0% risk could be taken, and it should be the path that you choose.
Yeah, it should be. Let's go to Tim in San Diego. What's up, Tim?
Hey, guys. Love your show. And the screwballs, that bring back some memories for me, guys. But,
dude, I had a blast there last weekend. It was a lot of fun.
But it's a cool place. It's in the middle of the neighborhood like that. It's pretty crazy. We don't have anything like that out here.
Yeah, there's just houses right across the street. I was like, man, that must be a nice commute for them.
no joke. I wouldn't even play Kenny Gainwell, you guys. I wouldn't even play any of the starters. I wouldn't play any of the second string. There's no reason to win this game. Like you said, we want the Giants to win. It'll mess up their draft pick. I just can't believe this is even in conversation. I know it's not really the same kind of record. It's a 17-game season now. It's not a 16-game season. I think it's a little different, this record.
I agree with you, but I'm not even using that as my reason to not play. Like, there are a lot of people online that are saying sit him because it's not the real record. I have been saying that for a couple of weeks, but that's not my reason to not play him on Sunday. My reason to not play him on Sunday is strictly playoffs.
I want to see Will Shipley 4 quarters in this game. That's what I want to see. And I love your show, and Happy New Year, you guys.
You're the man.
Thanks,
Happy
Timmy.
New Year's as well, brother. We appreciate it. It wouldn't just be Will Shipley. It would also be Tyrion Davis-Price.
Yeah, now I'll tell you what. Listen, I got some legs left under me. I'll sign it one day, and I will play for the Philadelphia Eagles Sunday, just so they don't have to play anyone important.
By the way, I was thinking our man Andrew DeCecco yesterday. E.J. Jenkins had a target yesterday.
That's true.
Andrew DeCecco, he loves himself some E.J. Jenkins. He did have a target yesterday.
And everybody went, who?
Except me. Except you. Because I listen closely to our man Andrew DeCecco.
Shout out E.J. Jenkins.
All right, coming up next. If you missed it earlier, our man Brendan Gunn, the #1 BG in Philly, he put together the montage of the Eagles' victory yesterday. You'll hear that coming up next. We'll get to more of your texts and calls about the Saquon Barkley discussion. Play him or sit him in Week 18. I thought this was easy, but apparently not. 610-632-0975. And we'll show some love to the defense because they were just completely dominant yesterday against the Cowboys. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another NFC East title. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Services. Got a leaky pipe, having issues with your heat? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it. They've got the pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services. The Eagles dominated the Dallas Cowboys yesterday by a score of 41-7. With the win, the Eagles recaptured the NFC title. It's their second in the last 3 seasons. But that was not the story yesterday. In the win, Saquon Barkley eclipsed the 2,000 rushing yard mark for the season. He's just the 9th running back in NFL history to hit that marker. And he's now just 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. After the game, Saquon Barkley spoke about what it meant to hit 2,000.
I'm not gonna lie, being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect, and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot.
With the win yesterday and the results around the NFL, the Eagles are now locked into the 2 seed after the Vikings beat the Packers yesterday. So they'll be hosting a home game at the Link for the Wild Card weekend in 2 weeks. Playing a game tonight, though, that would be the Sixers. They continue their West Coast trip tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off is at 10 p.m. tonight. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they lost last night 5-4 to the Los Angeles Kings. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. I'm still confused. I'm looking at some of the responses on social media about our talking points today, and somebody's upset with me saying that Week 18 is much like a preseason game because it doesn't matter. Like a win doesn't do anything for them, a loss doesn't do anything for them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
Right.
But it's not a preseason game. Duh. It's Week 18.
Yeah, like I made that point earlier when you did bring that up in your, what did you call the statement you made earlier, where it's just, I do understand if somebody wants to say, hey, you got a win-or-go-home game the week after this one. So it's not just like, hey, you're starting a season, you got time to work stuff out. Like, you have to be rolling. Now, the Eagles are rolling, and I don't think a week is going to change that, so I'm not worried. But it's not the exact comparison. So I do get if somebody wants to nitpick and be a, what was the term you used earlier, ass face?
Yes.
Yeah, if someone wants to do that, like they can.
Like, you're right. It is not by rule a preseason game. However, other than statistics, it does nothing for the Eagles, a win or a loss. Now, I will say this as well to that one point you just made, because there was another guy that chimed in and said, and you'll be the first person to complain if they get out the gate slow. I will not, because this is the risk that I am willing to take, which I don't think this is much of a risk. I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to look horrible, right? I think he's going to be just fine. I saw him miss 2 games because of the shoulder injury in 2022, and everybody was worried about the rust factor. He was great in that final regular season game. They win, they get the 1 seed, they get the bye week. There is no bye week potential. This is the only chance that you have to get some rest. And I think Jalen Hurts will be just fine in the first round of the playoffs. I also need to make this clear because somebody said, well, they didn't look good to start the season, and the first game out of the bye was not necessarily a good game for the Eagles offensively. This team is nothing like those teams.
No.
You have to look at this season in multiple chapters. The Week 17, now Week 18 Philadelphia Eagles are nothing like Weeks 1 through 4. They're nothing like Week 6. Those games, they were still throwing 30-plus times. The 10-game winning streak, which I'm trying to make very clear, was on the back of Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts' efficiency in limited opportunities, and then, of course, the dominance of the defense, which continued to show yesterday. If Saquon Barkley, like, if you're using Week 18 as a bye, they're not trying to find a new identity in the first round of the playoffs.
No, and they don't need a new one. This was
sticking
pretty good
with
identity.
what's like, they're not going to change. Like, the team in Week 1 was still trying to find itself. The team in Week 5 was still trying to find itself. They have found themselves. They know what they're doing.
Right, and if people want them to look as polished as possible in the postseason, I get that. But the risk that comes with playing in Week 18 would make it worse. And the other thing, too, galaxy brain move by the Eagles to start basically every game this year slow, so that if they do start slow in a game in the postseason, they're ready for it.
That's the other thing. I think a lot of people are using they need Week 18 to not to shake off rust. Or by the way, there's only one person that would need to shake off rust.
It's literally just Hurts.
Because everybody played yesterday. So, like, it's just Jalen Hurts. The people that are using the rust factor, I think that's what they're using to try to be okay with Saquon playing. Like, that will be their number. It's either I want him to get the record, or, well, what about the rust factor?
So you think it's a justification of the emotional argument that you want to make?
That's what a lot of people are going to make.
I think that's possible.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Our man Black Gritty. I haven't spoken to BG in a while. Actually, you know what? Is he the number 1 BG in the city? What's up, Black Gritty?
Not when BG's around. Real BG call me BG one time.
No. Brandon Graham got knocked down at number 2. Because of what happened a few weeks ago when he opened up his mouth. Brendan Gunn, who's producing the show today, I moved him up in the power rankings.
Oh, wow, you got like 3 BGs? We rolling out here. Real G's, you know what I mean? Real G's, look at the podcast. So let me tell you something. You're free to the nation right now because my buddy from California is there texting me, give me a whole dissertation about how you made him change his mind. Shut up. Okay.
You want me to stop? Okay.
I've been hearing about Stoutland University. I've been hearing about the best offensive line in America. Well, go out there and prove it and solidify. Go give me something that I can hold on to for another 40 years. Just like the Super Bowl. I don't know who won the Super Bowl 40 years ago, but I know Eric Dixon still been running around here with his goofy glasses talking about he's the champ. Go out there and get it. He got one.
Yeah, but BG, if your team wins the Super Bowl, you will remember that 40 years later.
I can do both. I can do all things. We are greatest. I believe in myself. I'm not no punk. I'm not scared. Again, Stout University, I got this Aussie out there road running, and they all want it. The whole team wants it. He has a half to do it. He needs 100 yards. If you can't get it done against a JV Giants team, then you don't deserve it. Go out there for the first half, give me 105, 6 yards, and then shut it down. Stop being a punk. Stop being scared. Stout University, put a statue out there for my man and go solidify that you're one of the best offensive lines.
Well, now hold on a second before I let you go, because we'll look this up in real time together. So you're saying it would be bad if the Eagles if he can't get 100 yards in the first half. You're saying, right? Not the whole game. First half against the Giants.
Yeah.
That team that stinks. Well, let me see. In the first half. The last time these two teams played, in which Saquon Barkley ran for like 7,000 yards that game.
Yep. You shouldn't let them young dogs eat. If he stay hungry himself, he need like 20 yards.
In the first half of that game, he rushed for 75 yards, so he would still be under Eric Dickerson's record. So that means you're now letting him play in the second half.
That was a team that had hopes and dreams. They
never had hopes and dreams, VG. Come on, man.
Hopes and dreams early in the season. Now they're washed and they ain't even got the number.
No, their hopes and dreams were, am I going to get that beachfront property that I want during the offseason? And thanks for the call, BG.
Yeah, they're like my parents. The second I popped out, they're like, he's going to be a dumb guy on the radio. We got no hopes for this kid. Come on, hopes and dreams, the New York Giants.
The Giants were 2-4 at the time. They had no hopes and dreams.
Also,
Daniel Jones was their starting quarterback. They had no hopes and dreams.
The whole remember stuff for 40 years. Like, when you say the name Chris Johnson to me, the first thing that comes to mind is CJ2K.
Yep.
It is the first thing I will always think of when I think of that player.
You're not thinking, where is he in the ranking? You're thinking CJ2K.
And also, he didn't even play in this city. He played in Tennessee for a franchise that's, like, irrelevant.
Yeah.
You're going to remember this forever, all right? Let's not underscore how incredible of an accomplishment it is for the 2,000-yard club for Saquon Barkley. Only 9 guys total, including Saquon, have ever done it in this league.
Well, let's hear how he got to it, and let's hear how the Eagles beat the Cowboys yesterday, 41-7. Our man Brendan Gunn put together this incredible montage. Take a listen.
It looks like a misprint. 62 degrees at Lincoln Financial Field, December 29th. Gorgeous day for football. Cowboys and Eagles. 3rd and 3. Blitz coming. Picked up. Rush. Gets intercepted. Breaking in front of that is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And a house call. Pick 6 to open the day. 3rd down and 8. Pickett given time. Happy feet in the pocket. Lines up and throws it deep. Kincade. Circus kicks. Ran Kincade 44 yards. 3rd and 12. Cowboys coming after him. Pickett retreating. Stepping up. He's got Smith. For the Eagles touchdown. A rush on the roll as Tolbert opened downfield, checks it down. The ball comes out. Jordan Davis is in there. He's probably going to end up with it. Yeah, you're not going to win that. Given time. Deep ball into coverage. It is picked off. Second of the game for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
What Chauncey's so impressive about Chauncey is that when he gets his hands on the football, he finishes. That's a special talent that he has.
I don't care who our quarterback is, Jalen Hurts or not, they're going push.
And they get it. It's not the Jalen Hurts push, it's the touch. It don't matter whose touch they're pushing. It should work.
They made it.
Pickett, deep ball. He's got Smith. It's a perfect throw. They sneak it again. Pickett, this time leaves no doubt. Got his helmet ripped off in the process, so he gets a little face time.
It's special, man. You know, I sit out there on the field. I'm sure there's a kid dreaming about playing for the Eagles and, doing things that, we went out there and did today. So, it's incredibly special.
Barkley's up to 87 yards, trying to get to 134 to keep that needs-to average right where it is going into the last game for the NFL record. He's got a first down and then some. Barkley's over 100 yards and across the 45. 3rd and 8, looks like going to put it on McKee. Calcaterra's in the backfield with him. McKee floating for the end zone. He's got an NFL touchdown to A.J. Brown. Brown, of course, not thinking thinking about what this touchdown is. This ball's just my latest touchdown. Throws it as far as he can, and Tanner McKee's got to be thinking, oh no, I really wanted that for my office, my shelf. And they say, dude, that was Tanner's first touchdown. You just threw it into the seats. He said, oh no.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. I just launched the ball. I'm glad we got it back for his first touchdown. So, yeah.
Third down, handed off to Dowdle. Lost the ball. Smith knocked it out of there. The Eagles have it.
I know Giants fans, it's been a tough year.
Or Nettie's going to have a chance at the record next week if they decide to play him against the Giants. Throws his way to the secondary here. Saquon Barkley crosses the 25. 21 more. And 2,000 for the season for Saquon Barkley.
We definitely knew what the number was to at least get to 2,000. And we weren't leaving this field without at least accomplishing that.
It is Devontae Smith galloping to the end zone for the touchdown. And the Eagles clinch the East with a 41-7 win over the Cowboys. How about them Cowboys?
It's exciting. We always want to do special things. I think winning the division is always a special thing, and then our goals are much bigger from here. I think we got special guys. It was fun celebrating in there when you're able to do this, and exciting. We'll enjoy this, and then we'll get right back to work because our goals are bigger than just winning this division. But this is a hell of a division. But again, like I said, we'll enjoy this, and then it's back to work.
Great work by Brendan Gunn putting that together. As Dougie P once said, we ain't done yet. All right? The NFC East champions. That's great. Great. Well, it's about the NFC. It's about getting back to the Super Bowl. And using Week 18 as a rest period would be great for this team when they have not had a bye since Week 5. If it was Week 10, Week 11, maybe a little bit different conversation. Week 5, guys. And they've been clicking. It is Kincade and Salciunas. We got the Key 3 coming your way next. We'll sneak in some texts and calls right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, the top sports stories in Philadelphia for
The Fanatic. Don't forget, coming up at 10 o'clock, the Mike Missanelli Show. Mikey missed out, though. It is Amy Fadul and Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. So make sure you're listening coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's sneak in one more call before the key three, because I want this point to be made, and then we have to talk about how that's not the point, though. Let's go to Chris in New Jersey. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Chris, how are you, man?
Good. I kind of agree with what you're saying. However, there's a Super Bowl won every year, and this has been 40 years since this record has been gotten to. I think you give him the opportunity to choose, because we're all assuming they're going to win the Super Bowl. So it's always like, okay, in 2 more games, 3 more games, we're going to have the Super Bowl. But if they lose one of those 2 games, then you had this opportunity for this kid to get this amazing record.
I'll tell you right now, if you said he had a choice, it's rushing record but no Super Bowl, or Super Bowl no rushing record. And if he picks rushing record, that would be the most selfish decision in the world.
I agree with that. However, you can't guarantee they're winning a Super Bowl if he doesn't get the record. So there's no guarantee of any of it.
You're right. You're right. But I am trying to play it as safe as possible. And thanks for the call, Chris. I would love to give you more time. We got to get that out of our head. Like,
yeah, there's no guarantee of anything ever.
This is his best chance to ever do this. Sorry. Like, this might also be their best chance to win a Super Bowl.
You're going to gamble with the mental, the mental state of the whole Philadelphia area. It's just not what you
we can't do that. All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
The Eagles beat down the Dallas Cowboys. Like, it wasn't even close. Cooper Rush and the Cowboys have a decent drive going early on in the game. And then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson intercepts his pass and takes it back 69 yards for a touchdown. The Cowboys were able to score a touchdown in the first quarter, and then that was it. I mean, the Eagles' defense, I know that we're going to talk about Saquon Barkley all day today, as we should for numerous reasons. But the Eagles' defense yesterday was just dumb, and I use dumb in a loving way. Like, it was ridiculous how good they were. 4 more turnovers they forced yesterday, following a performance where they forced 5 turnovers the week before, 9 total turnovers. And look at what happens when your offense then capitalizes on the turnovers. Last week, they had 5 turnovers. The Eagles' offense didn't necessarily capitalize. That's why the Commanders were still in the game. That's why the Commanders won the game. The Eagles' offense capitalized on the turnovers this week. That's why it's 41-7. Right? That's why it's not even a contest. That's why in the fourth quarter, you can have everybody sitting. So it was a dominant performance yesterday, and that, first and foremost, should be celebrated. There's no way he should play on Sunday. None. There's no way that a lot of guys should play on Sunday. When the Vikings win yesterday against the Green Bay Packers, it locks the Eagles in as the 2 seed. There's no moving up. There's no moving down. And now with Saquon Barkley past 2,000 yards, which is amazing, but still 100 yards away from Eric Dickerson's record, and I don't care how bad the Giants' rush defense is, he's not going to do it in the first quarter. It would take into the second quarter or into the third quarter. And at what point are you really willing to risk something bad happening for a record? And I understand the record is really cool, and it's cool for Saquon. It's cool for every member of that offensive line. That's not being diminished. I'm not saying it isn't cool. I think it's freaking awesome. But when it comes to the big picture, what does it really matter? It matters nothing. The Super Bowl is what matters.
There's no way I'm putting Saquon out there. Look, the goal for the Eagles is to win a Super Bowl. Along the way, Saquon Barkley was on track to accomplish something great. But 2,000 yards, let's not overlook that. Let's not minimize that. There's only 9 players in NFL history that have done that. Saquon's now 8th in NFL history in rushing. That's great. I think preservation and getting guys rest for Week 18 should be the primary objective, especially when you're looking at a Green Bay Packers team that you could be facing. I mean, they're a pretty formidable opponent. So I think that if the mission, and they've talked a lot about this throughout the season, if the mission is a deep playoff run, then you have to prioritize that and not be short-sighted. And let's not forget, last season in the season finale, A.J. Brown suffered a knee injury. Sidney Brown suffered a season-ending injury. And you're facing a Giants team that they're gonna feel some type of way about Saquon Barkley trying to get that rushing record there, and you worry about some chippiness and maybe some dirty plays. I just don't think it's worth it.
The toughest thing about this, right? If it was 40 yards, go get it. The problem is you just don't know where the drop-dead point is, and if you put him on the field at all, then you get roped into he has this many yards. He's this close. Do we try one more time? Karmically, it doesn't feel like the right move. You talk about logic, and logic is against playing Saquon Barkley, or really any starters in Week 18. You're playing a team that is very, very eliminated in the New York Giants, a team that feels a certain way about what they've seen Saquon do. And I'm not saying anything like, the Giants would intentionally try and hurt Saquon. But there are players out there that are playing for nothing on the other side of the ball. And I do not like that spot for any of the starters. I do not like that spot for Saquon Barkley. And we are still going to remember in 50 years, the 2,000-yard season that Saquon Barkley put together. And we are not going to remember, he isn't the all-time rushing leader, so that season wasn't really as good as we remember. No, this is the greatest running back season in Eagles history by a wide margin, and it will remain that even if he sits next week, so he sits.
All right, that's the Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out the OG Pills legendary Philly Lager, gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for Best American Pilsner. Walking on Clouds, which is Von C's flagship hazy IPA, and the Vienna Lager, 2-time Best of PA winner. Visit VonCBrewing.com. Find out where you can pick up their Key 3 from Von C today. And remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives. All right, I'm out till Thursday. Daycare's closed on New Year's Eve, apparently, and then New Year's Day. So I'll be back on Thursday with Johnny.
Next year.
Connor, you'll be home down the fort. The Mike Missanelli Show. Without Mike, it'll be Amy